to go, Gus? Welcome to the special meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council for the 15th of December 2021. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you in the room today and acknowledge all of the people watching via Council's social media channels. I acknowledge the Mayor. Actually, the Mayor is an apology at this stage, Wendy. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jeff McDonald, Portfolio Leader, Councillor Carl, Councillors, Acting CEO Mike Brady, General Manager Stuart Summers. I'd like to start the meeting by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guybil and Jarrawa peoples, and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. Don't have any apologies apart from the Mayor, no leave of absences. I don't think there's any declarations, no. And
we move to accept the apology of the Mayor if the Mayor is apology.
Can I have someone move that we accept the apology of the Mayor? Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor McDonald, all those in favour? Thank you, it's carried. Okay, so can I please have someone move that we suspend standing orders this afternoon? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor McMahon, all those in favour? It's carried. Now our first item is the reconfiguring a lot at Shepherd Street at Drayton, and Richard Green, the Senior Planner, is going to take us through it. Thank you, Richard. Might be a good opportunity for everyone to check their phones, do you think? Turn them off? Mine included? Very good. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. So today we've got an application which seeks an impact accessible development for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot, being reconfiguration of one lot into 22 lots at 28 to 38 Shepherd Street, Drayton. The site is situated approximately 6 kilometres from Toowoomba Town Centre, and the Drayton Local Centre is located about 450 metres to the north. We'll probably get a picture up there in a moment. So yes, as you can see, the site there is the one highlighted in red, and just slightly to the north. I'll probably get the pointer wrong. Or won't I get it to work? No.
Have you turned it on, Richard?
Probably not.
Is that right?
Does it work? There we go. It helps when you turn it on. So that's your subject site there, and there you've got the Drayton shopping centres basically there. So that sort of gives you an idea. If we can move to attachment 4, the next one. Yes, you have the ambulance station that's recently been built as well, which is just to the north of it on the other side of... oh, sorry.
It's gone again.
Oh, well, there you go. Doesn't matter. We'll move on to attachment 4. The site is approximately 1.9 hectares in area. It's in the emerging community zone of the Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme. The site's within the bounds of Council's priority infrastructure area, and it has access to all infrastructure networks, which include water, sewer, stormwater, transport and parks. So that's just your close-up there. The site contains an existing dwelling and ancillary structures, and it's surrounded by various trees and shrubs in a garden setting. A small grass paddock and dam are located to the rear or the south of the dwelling. So there you go, if I can get this working. Yep. So there's your house there. And there's your existing paddock, and the dam is actually that little darker colour there. And we'll go, this is the last one, we'll go to attachment 5, and we can leave it on that for the rest of the presentation. The proposal seeks to remove the existing dwelling and ancillary structures and subdivide the land into 22 lots, with site areas ranging from 511 to 798 square metres. Whilst all proposed lots are to accommodate future residential dwellings, 3 of the proposed lots 8, 15 and 16, they're the darker colour ones on the map. If I can get that to go, there you go, so those ones, are over 700 square metres in area and are potentially able to be developed for the future purpose of a dual occupancy. Access to the development will be from Shepherd Street to the north, with a new internal road to provide access to all proposed lots. Direct vehicular access from proposed lots 1 to 8 adjoining Gwaine Street will be restricted. It is noted that the application has not sought a variation request to change the effect of the planning scheme, as the proposed subdivision and intended future residential uses, that being a dwelling house or dwelling houses and dual occupancies, are consistent with and accepted forms of development within the emerging community zone. The purpose of the emerging community zone is to provide for the timely conversion of non-urban land for urban purposes. The site's identified as future urban area on the strategic framework map, and development within this future urban growth area consists primarily of detached dwellings with opportunity for some dual occupancies. Land use strategies contained within the scheme identify that land within the emerging area of Drayton is progressively developed to achieve dwelling yields in the order of 15 dwellings per hectare net. The proposed subdivision provides for the anticipated forms of development, that being dwelling houses and dual occupancies, and that dwelling yield, achieving a 15 dwelling per hectare net. The subdivision of the land into smaller residential lots is also further supported by the Drayton Land Use Investigation currently being undertaken by Council. Whilst the final structure plan, which will guide the future urban development in the area for the next 20 years, has not been approved at this stage, all 3 draft structure options currently under consideration show the subject site being developed for residential neighbourhoods, with densities ranging from 15 to 25 dwellings per hectare. Once again, the proposed subdivision falls within the desired density dwelling range. The application was also referred to the Department of Transport and Main Roads, owing to the site's proximity to a state-controlled road, that being Gwen Street. The Department advised of no objections to the development subject to conditions. Of particular note is the requirement for the development to incorporate a 2.1 metre high acoustic barrier along the full western site frontage adjoining the Gwen Street, to minimise noise intrusion on the future residential lots from the state-controlled road. On this front, the proposed fence is not dissimilar in height to standard 1.8 to 2 metre high property fences that would normally be expected on a residential block. The acoustic fence or barrier will absorb and reduce noise intrusion and will not magnify or redirect noise from Gwen Street to any other existing dwellings in the locality. So, to assist in reducing the visual impact of that acoustic barrier, conditions are recommended to include street planting along the street verge. Selected species would be low, medium-sized trees which have dense growth habit and will not interfere with the overhead power lines within the verge. The recommended conditions also require that the acoustic fencing include variation in materials and colours, in addition to meeting the referral agency requirements for the acoustic fence from DTMR. The application was publicly notified. We received 5 submissions which objected to the development. The matters raised in the provided in the assessment report, and those matters are addressed in that report. So in summary, the proposed development has been assessed against all relevant assessment benchmarks, including the entire planning scheme and the estate planning policy. The proposed development generally complies with the planning scheme or could be conditioned to comply. Further detailed assessment of matters of non-compliance are detailed within the report. Therefore, the proposed development is recommended to be approved subject to reasonable and relevant conditions. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gwyn Street, of course, is the Drayton Connection Road.
Yeah.
And this is very high above the Drayton Connection Road as it stands there now.
Yeah.
Now, one of my concerns with this is that McPherson Street, as it is, it's a blind corner as you're coming out of McPherson, and you've got good sight vision to the south, but you haven't got good sight vision to the north.
Yep.
It says in here that it's to be widened somewhere. I saw where.
So what you've got is basically the development has proposed all of those lots that have come in Shepherd Street, and as we've said, the ambulance station to the north there was what recently upgraded that road. But basically, because the development to the south there has frontages to it, we still ask for it to be widened and curb and channel to be provided. The primary access will be from that internal road network.
So my people will do what people will do, regardless of what we expect them to do. And if there's a legal exit out there and it suits them to go there, that's where they'll go. So my concern is the site distance and the site, and I've been up that street many times, and there's an old house up where there was fire there one night in that old residence that's up there. I used to live out along that road until a few weeks ago, and there is very little sight distance onto that, what is a very big carrying a lot of heavy transport on that road. I'm not worried about Shepherd Street because when the emergency services ambulance was put there, there was an enormous amount of money spent on the roadworks there and they've shaved the hill away. What I'm concerned about here is the sight distance, and they will go out there if they wish, turning to the north on there. Is there any, we've got a widening of that street, but have we got any requirement for them to, and you could do it, you know, you could do it with line marking or something, I guess, bringing them out further, but it is dangerous as it is.
So when they've done the traffic assessment, effectively the applicant has submitted that it will be the internal road network. We've looked at that just generally and decided that due to the earthworks they will be doing, there's probably about anything up to about 1 metre of fill there. Now, nothing technically would prevent lots 9, 10, 11 and 12 potentially having a secondary access out there, but ultimately the primary access, so the one that you would expect most of the traffic to come from, will come off the internal network. The issue is that it is an internal or an existing street, so there is a lawful access there. And given the number of lots that are adjoining it and that's not their primary access, there's been no real warrant to upgrade that intersection anyway.
So, and therein lies my concern because it won't be illegal for them to go out that way, regardless. If they're going, you know, there just won't be. And I am concerned about the safety on there.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, look, if I lived there, if I wanted to go out that way, there's nothing to stop you from going out that way.
Absolutely. You could potentially have a secondary access there. Yes.
So, Richard, can I get you to speak into the microphone? It's just
sorry.
it's difficult when you're moving around and looking at the
Yeah, you're right.
up there. Sorry.
I know, I'm gonna-
So, just on that, then, Richard, are there figures on anticipated car movements?
There is.
Yeah.
There is a traffic report, but basically the assumptions of that traffic report, which are quite right and founded, is that the lots have primarily been designed to have that additional loading go out that existing network. It assumes that basically there won't be any primary access off McPherson Street. But in saying that, as I've alluded to before, the actual net number of additional lots would not warrant an intersection upgrade anyway.
Okay, sure, yeah. Okay, Councillor McMahon?
Thanks, Chair. I had a few questions. The first one was similar, coming out of McPherson. What are we, 80 k's on Gwynn Street, south of the doctors? Yeah, so to turn right when there's a 1.2 metre high wall there, does that, and then trees in front of that, would that block a right turn?
Yeah, basically they've achieved appropriate sight lines according to the traffic report, yeah. So they've taken that into account. Yes.
Sure. So my questions were, two of the concerns raised were, if you're, I mean, this is 4 and 2 houses, probably detached, probably that are going to go here, and how do you go to, hey kids, here's $5, go to the shop, you've got to walk along the main road and the pedestrian access up to that. Is there any plans here to make that a walkable zone without walking along the side of an 80k zone?
There was a submission raised in relation to that point. So what we've done is we've conditioned it as far as we can relating to the site to achieve that ultimate pedestrian connection. So what we've got is we've got an internal network from the internal street, and then you've got those two, I suppose, access points to the north and to the south. There'll be little bollards there. And then basically all of McPherson Street, all of Shepherd Street will have a footpath. We haven't put a footpath down Gwynn Street, but what we would anticipate is that, yes, at this stage it's not ideal. You'd have to basically walk across the road and then sort of, I suppose, do a loop around that existing network to get to the shops if you wanted to walk. Unfortunately, there's no scope within this assessment for me to condition, I suppose, a trunk footpath down the state-controlled road at this stage.
No, agreed, but it is a concern.
Comment there. I don't know whether anyone's
Councillor
been
Taylor,
out.
I'll just wait until Councillor McMahon's finished.
Yeah, but I was
if you
just
don't
going
mind.
to
Thank you.
give him
Yeah.
some information if I could.
I don't
Well, I'll
mind if
just wait.
Councillor Carroll makes a statement.
That is a big drop there. You'd never have a footpath unless it was over. There's a big drain going between Gwynn Street, which is the Drayton Connection Road, and then there's it's nearly as high as that wall there from the road. So you have to get your head around this. If you don't know it, you could not have a footpath along there because you've got the state-controlled road, you've got a big dip for drainage, and then you've got a big high dirt earth bank So it's really high. You'd never have a footpath along that road.
Yeah. So, yes, I think you hit the nail on the head, is that it would be a fairly significant project to actually put a footpath along that actual transport corridor, yes.
And TMR'd never let you
Well, that's part of future planning.
because of the drainage.
No,
Yeah.
thanks for clarifying that for me, Councillor Taylor. My last question, I know there was a submission raised about there's no kind of local park in this or anywhere near it. I notice if we look at the developments going around this area, I mean, even as far as Carney West, which isn't that far away, and there's lovely parks and, you know, outdoor kind of areas, and this doesn't accommodate for them. Is there any plans, what's, I suppose, our solution in regards to the lack of public infrastructure parks?
Yeah, so I haven't got a park plan in front of me, but we did refer it to our Parks and Recreation section, who basically studied existing and future demand for parkland in that area. And the main thing, I think, and it's probably outside the screen, but they basically highlighted that these areas, which, yes, form a sort of drainage function as well, they'll be the areas, there's catchment there, and I think there's a bit of catchment further to the north of the screen, which will ultimately, as the area develops, they'll put the money in towards, I suppose, embellishing those areas and making those fit for particular uses, whether it be a local or a district park. But this site itself specifically was never earmarked for an actual additional park. It's outside the demand or the desired areas that we need to put a park in. But they do fall within a catchment and they will be serviced.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Carr?
Thanks, Chair. I'll go back a bit. It's a question I have asked before, I'm sure of, but the involved parties page. Could we understand who Darlington Green Proprietary Limited are?
Absolutely nothing to do with me, if that's what you're asking.
No, but I didn't even think of it.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But it's pertinent to my question. One about transparency and in the public interest, and I don't even know who the entity is, therefore no councillor does around the room, and therefore, around conflict of interest with involved parties, could we actually have in future on the involved parties list, rather than just the entity, but individuals associated with the entity? Because that may, one, in the interest of transparency and public interest around application, and two, sometimes we might find ourselves in hot water and not even realise it.
Councillors, probably the only thing we could do is to provide a company search, which would indicate, the corporate offices of the company. We really don't have, I guess, the ability to drill further down from that, but we could attach, if there is a company entity, we could attach a copy of the company search, which would at least give potentially the directors or the secretary of those companies.
Something's better than
Something like that.
the current format. I just think in the interest of safety.
I might just get the acting CEO to make a comment. Thank you.
I concur with manager planning that, we can give some basic information, be a company search, but that's about as far as reasonably we need to go. I mean, we can't, some of the companies that obviously put in development applications are very large and have, and then they have sub-companies and all sorts of things, so...
I understand that.
Yeah, so we can give you a little bit, we'll try to give you a little bit more information where it's readily available, but that's what...
that would be good.
Danielle's in
So
manager planning.
Do we know have any more information on this entity on this stage? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Shine.
No, thanks. Just on that one too, it would be just as valuable to find out the shareholders as well as the directors, etc.
Yes.
Just probably a minor point, but I've raised it with both general managers at the table of recent times, and that is the provision for underground utilities around corners. And most of, if you look at the attachment, showing the plan of subdivision,
attachment 5 probably.
Five, probably. It's, most of the corners are shaved. It's sort of got a triangle off it to allow for
truncation,
something
yep.
like that, truncation. But the new roads, which are 10 metres wide, don't have. Whereas the others, in the other new roads, 18 metres wide, do have that truncation. Why would some have it and others not?
Yeah, yep. So I'm assuming you're referring to that access road being a little bit narrower than the other ones, internal ones, or?
I'm talking about the corners there, to the roads, interior roads on the left, yeah.
Out there?
No,
Sorry.
That one.
They're, those are actual, so what they'll be is it's actual road reserve, but the actual asphalt road that your car would drive along sort of, I suppose, goes around the corner. That will be I suppose, a shared driveway arrangement, so it'd be most likely a concrete seal. And then you'd have a footpath going off that, bollards, so it's not actually for through traffic.
It won't go into McPherson and Shepherd?
No,
Okay,
no,
right,
not at all.
thank you. That explains it.
Any further questions, Councillor Summerfield and then Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Richard. I did have a couple of questions. In relation to the access, was any discussion had about, did you just mention bollards? You were looking at bollards at the McPherson entrance and the second Shepherd Street entrance? Did you say that just then?
Yeah. Yes. So what the bollards are for, basically, is you've got one to the, this thing's not really working that well now. So there and there. So you've got bollards basically off that little, I suppose whilst it's road reserve, it's only constructed driveway up to the extent that those corner lots require it to get vehicles to get into their lots. After that point, it basically turns into a pedestrian path. And then just to prevent people, I suppose, driving vehicles through it, similar to a park arrangement, it'll have bollards as opposed to probably barrier curb or anything like that.
So they won't be able to go out?
You won't be able to go through
All
there,
right.
no.
So I sort of got from the earlier conversation that they could go out there if they wanted to.
Yeah.
So that then brings me to the fact that it's probably not a big enough development to require a park.
No.
But I just wonder that what I call excess land at both ends there, you know, that our planning scheme didn't allow for the opportunity to plant a heap of trees in those areas, still allowing for driveway access, but providing some sort of green in the development that would assist.
So
Certainly better than
yeah.
bollards.
Are we talking about just street tree planting? Yeah, we've actually got a landscaping condition regarding that.
Yeah, I know, but it's just your standard 10 metres and
It
15
is,
metres
yes.
or whatever.
Yes,
Whereas I think, you know, given that it's a smaller development, no park requirement, that there could be opportunity for more density of trees in those two areas, was what I was thinking.
I suppose the response there would be that the planning scheme sets a provision, a minimum provision rate. We've exercised that rate. If the developer wished to exceed that provision, it could be looked at in a landscape plan, which we've required them to submit.
I think, councillors, it would also be a consideration in terms of if we're saying that they are pedestrian access, egress and ingress points, you want to ensure that, you know, it doesn't become an enclosed space where there's no ability for casual surveillance. So I guess you'd need to balance if you were proposing to put potentially, you know, a number of trees there that could create a safety issue for pedestrians. So generally you want to retain some openness to that so that there is some casual surveillance and there is some, I guess, a safe, visible passage for pedestrians to come and go through.
Okay. So, thank you. So on page 19 of board books, it says about street trees, unless otherwise agreed by council. Could you walk me through what that means? Are we saying that we could be flexible in not making them?
So the reason why we put unless otherwise agreed by council is because we try to set a minimum rate and a minimum standard. In certain circumstances, the developer may wish to go above and beyond that, and as long as I guess it's not excessive in terms of ongoing maintenance costs for council in the long run, usually parks through the assessment through the landscape plan would probably be agreeable to that. So that's why we put it in there. It's in the instances where there may be a case to put a few extra trees in here and there. And it's, as Danielle alluded to, there's not a safety concern and it's not a maintenance burden.
So long as it's not a reduction.
It won't be a reduction, no.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Richard. Richard, on page 28 of board books, one of the issues of submitters was around the concern that the acoustic barrier will create a reverse amenity impact effect to adjoining properties on Gwyn Street. And understanding the lay of the land, the topography of the area, the suggestion is to assist in this. There's a condition recommended to include street tree planting along Gwyn Street verge, selected species and what have you. The question I have is in regard to maintenance of those street trees and at what stage do they become the ownership of council or main roads or what have you to look after those street trees? And is there a condition in there about replacing those if they meet an untimely death?
Yeah, fair enough. So as per sort of the standard arrangement, the application will require a subsequent op works application as well. So not only do we need a landscape plan to be approved, which will approve the planting species, we've actually selected a couple through discussing the matter with Parks to determine the type of tree species, so they're not overly tall, they're not overly short. Their growth habit is more of a screening, I suppose, habit than basically going up tall, because you have got the overhead power lines as well. So that'll be approved through the landscaping process, and then that will also form part of, I guess, the subsequent op works application, which is the physical creation of the road, the verge, the footpaths, all that sort of thing. And those trees would go on a 12 months on maintenance, I suppose, period, after which time, similar to all other council infrastructure we take on board, trees or, drainage, whatever it may well be, there'll be an inspection at the end of that 12 months. And if there was or happened to be a tree that, wasn't well anymore, the developer would be required to replace it. Indeed, if there was a serious issue where the whole lot died or something like that, council's got the ability to extend that on maintenance period as well. So we could potentially ask for it to be replanted and give them another 6 or 12 months again. So standard sort of practice. But yeah, after which time, once we're satisfied and they're established, it becomes a maintenance, from a council's perspective, the council street tree.
Thank you. Just two more if I could. The issue in regard to the impact on stormwater into, particularly along McPherson Street with the lay of the land, engineers are comfortable that what's been provided and conditioned will have no worsening effect on McPherson Street?
Yeah, so as part of the application, we asked them to provide a stormwater report by an RPEQ. They've given us that report. Internally, the engineers have reviewed that document and they're satisfied with the findings that their stormwater modelling will work. So yes, I suppose I'm confident in saying that based on what the RPEQ is saying, that it should be a non-worsening, yes.
Thank you. And the last one, if I could, Madam Chair, on page 29, the next one, just some clarification around the issue that was raised with lot orientation. And the response has been, given the proposed lot size, it is considered that future dwellings would be able to orientate living areas and open space to achieve high levels of solar access.
Yep.
Is that what they're asking around lot orientation?
I think in reality what they were looking at is when you try and primarily design, where you've got, I suppose, a clean slate, you try and design your lots to ultimately have them facing the direction for the best solar access. I suppose basically what I'm attempting to say here is that the point that they're making is probably very critical if you're looking at very small lots. These lots, I think, range between 511 to 798. We're quite confident that anyone who basically builds on those houses would be able to basically position a house in its outdoor living areas to get the maximum solar access.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor O'Shea?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I had the same question around stormwater, so mine's been answered. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment on the stormwater. Someone who's driven past there at least 4 times every day, or 3 times or 4, the water does come down McPherson Street. It came down the other one as well, but they've done a tremendous amount of drainage up there around the culvert where the creek, where the ambulance entrances come in. So I guess what I'm saying to you, that's why the TMR have got deep drain down on the side of the road where the big dirt walk, where the rise is, where it goes down to the west. But I wonder if, I guess, has it been thought to put a drain on the northern side of McPherson Street?
Yeah.
To make sure it captures and runs into the TMR drain there, thanks.
So from what I understand, and the engineers can correct me if I'm wrong, they've basically reprofiled the land to a large extent to basically capture that water and basically put it into a pipe, and then for the most part direct it under the main road and then back through the channel to the west. So it ultimately, probably in some ways, may actually be an improvement of the existing system depending on how it's been designed, but it certainly won't be worse.
Richard, can I just get clarification? That's still a 60 zone there along Gwen. I'm sure it doesn't turn 80 until
I'm thinking in my mind,
south.
it's nearby if it's not there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If there's no further questions for the officer, we have one submitter, Christine Lockery. Christine? Yes. Now, Christine, you need to come up to the front, and you've got, I know. We can't hear you from there, I'm afraid. No. There's people watching online as well who want to, yeah. That's right. Well, people here want to hear what you have to say, Christine. Now you've got 5 minutes, Christine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I put in quite a few of those objections that
And you need to speak into the microphone.
Oh,
Yeah, projecting.
okay. Having just listened to most of the councillors' responses, the questions, a lot of those were things that I had raised in my objection, and where they have all these wonderful reports and tell us that there's only going to be minimal traffic. I find mass modelling's like statistics. Change a parameter and you get a totally different answer. But anyway, one of our main concerns is the pedestrian access. It says in here that they're going to put a pathway down McPherson Street, a pedestrian pathway, and down Shepherd Street, going nowhere. They're just going to arrive out at Gwynn Street. And as Councillor Taylor said, that's a very steep cutting, quite tall, and I doubt they're going to put a pedestrian pathway over the top of that so that the ones coming down Shepherd and McPherson would have somewhere to go. And the other point is at the Shepherd Street and Gwynn Street intersection where the ambulance centre is, it says that under current arrangements, pedestrians would be required to cross Gwynn Street and through the adjoining reserve to Brisbane Street. Now, even a person of my height would have trouble seeing oncoming traffic, and even though it's a 60 zone, most people are still doing 80 until they get at least to the creek. And so we feel it's going to be a major issue. And of course the school is on the opposite side of Gwynn Street. So if people are saying, off you go, darlings, across the road to school, it could be a major issue in a very short time. And the bridge in Manor Street that they would have to use is in poor condition, to put it politely. So I think more work really does need to be done for access in that way as well. Yeah, all right.
That's you done, Christine. Now, you might want to stay there. Some of the councillors may have some questions for you, if that's okay. Councillor McDonald?
Christine, thank you very much for coming up and being part. What a great way to finish 2021, hey? Just a question. So are you close by in that?
Yes,
can you see your?
I'm across the road opposite McPherson Street.
Oh, okay, right. So you'd experienced the water as well going
Yes.
down McPherson Street. So the additional guttering and what have you that'll be on McPherson Street, when the project's done, do you see that as an advantage? Getting the water away?
I'll reserve my opinion. As I said, I fully understand that each change a parameter on mass modelling, you'll get a whole different answer.
Okay. So if I could have just a secondary question, if you don't mind. In regard to the pedestrian access, do you have any other solution that it could be for that area?
Well, you would hope in an ideal world that you could perhaps have a pedestrian lights operated crossing, but whether that's actually achievable at the ambulance centre in Shepherd Street, I'm not so sure. Could cause issues, you know, if the ambulance needs to come out in a hurry. But at least that would be a safer way for people to be able to cross Gwynn Street at that point. And that's the point that everybody's going to be accessing, because that's where the vehicular traffic's coming as well. You know, nobody's really going to come down to McPherson Street unless they're going to take their ute out and drive over the drains, which will probably happen. But it won't be the norm.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah,
Thanks.
yes.
Thank you.
On the other point I raised, which I think you also raised, Councillor McDonald, was about the lot orientation.
Yes, that was the question.
Yes.
Thank you.
It wasn't solar access. It's a matter of positioning your house on the block so that the movement of the sun from east to west goes over the top of your gable, say, and minimises the amount of heat that it actually affects the house. It's not solar access as in, I want a winter sun deck. And on these lot sizes, I doubt you can physically do it.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Okay.
No, sure there. Thank you.
Any further questions for Christine? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Not for Christine, but could we have Richard respond to Christine's comments about the pedestrian access?
Well, I think he did touch on it about his ability to condition something on a state road, isn't it?
Or alternatives that have been considered?
The difficulty that we face is that the development itself doesn't actually require some sort of trunk. There's no future planning for a road like a pathway along there, and it is a state-controlled road. So what we've attempted to do through this subdivision is we've basically said, well, we'll condition what we can on the roads that we have access to, so the two local roads, and we've asked them to put the footpath out as far as they can. And ultimately, you'd expect, as I guess the area develops over time, you'd like to think there'll be a demand for actual pedestrian, walkability in that area, and that's where ultimately the decision would have to be made as to whether or not there would be, I suppose, some form of trunk path, footpath, whether it be a combined cycle pedestrian path along the actual highway would be warranted at that point. But as you allude to, there's quite a bit of cutting and all the rest of it. It's a very expensive exercise if you choose to do it.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Von Hoff?
It does. I don't know if it's satisfactory, though. Thanks.
Councillor Carl and then Councillor Turner.
Yeah, it does seem a shame, hey. You're not actually going to get developer contribution in any real meaningful way, because if you try and join the dots between this block and the local shopping centre, you're into either medium or high risk floodplain area with that creek there. So ultimately there has to be some serious thought given to investment into connectivity. Otherwise we're perpetuating the same problem all over the place, where people jump in their cars to get to the local shopping centre, which is in walking distance, but there's no safe access. Bit of a conundrum, and that's why I have a little bit of a dilemma about how we sequentially open up land in a sensible fashion, connected by networks, i.e. footpaths, roads, stormwater, blah, blah, blah. A bit of an interesting one.
Was there, councillor Taylor, do you
Thank
have a
you,
question
Madam
for
Chair. I was just going
Christine?
to point out to councillors that even if you came across from McPherson Street, there's a big deep gutter on the road, so you'd have to cross the road there, and then as you get up on the western side of the road, it's quite high too. So there's nowhere to put a footpath there because it goes really high. How you get over to the Brisbane Street to get over to the Manor Bridge, I'm not sure. I think the only hope for connectivity here is that in the future there might be something across. I don't think you'll ever have it along the road, and I think it might have to go through future lots to the subdivision and to the shopping centre and to the school. That's the only thing I could see because it's very steep land virtually on that side, and then on the other side where those houses end and that street goes on, that's quite high too on that northeastern corner. So you haven't got area to get a pathway down there either. So it's a strange one.
Okay, if there's no, councillor Mercer-Taylor?
Apologies, Chair. To Christine, if possible, please. Thanks, Christine. I'm just trying to understand. So looking at the proposed lot now,
Yeah.
you're across the road there where McPherson Street is.
Yes.
So how do the residents get to the shopping centre now?
We drive.
All right. So
I have
there's
tried to walk up Wynn Street
Right.
once. I'm not prepared to do it again.
Yeah. Okay. So there's no walkability or pedestrian access to the shopping centre where the current
No.
buildings are. Okay.
You would have to walk all the way down through the Manor Street Reserve, down
Yep.
to the bridge, across to the school,
Yeah.
up past the Royal Bull's Head Inn, and to the
And then
pedestrian
across.
crossing up near the BP Servo,
Yeah.
and then walk all the way back as well. And people don't seem to do that. They take the shortest possible route.
Thank you.
Let's see. Thanks, Melissa. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Christine. Well done. Now, we don't have anyone representing the applicant. So with that, can I have someone move that we reinstate standing orders? Thanks. Councillor Mr Taylor, Councillor McDonald, all those in favour? It's carried. Okay, so the recommendation is there before you. I won't read it out. It's up on the screen, Wendy. Can I have someone move that recommendation? Thank you. Councillor McDonald, seconder, Councillor Summerfield, all those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's carried. Now, I need someone to move that we go suspend standing orders again. That's Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? So now we move to item number 6, which is the development application for a development permit reconfiguring a lot at Clinton. And we have Jayden Forbes-Mitchell is going to take us through that one. Thank you, Jayden.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. The report before you considers a development application for reconfiguring a lot, being a 3-into-3 lot boundary realignment at IA 86 Clinton School Road, Clinton. The subject lots are located within the rural zone and currently support low-intensity rural uses. The premises currently consists of 3 irregular-shaped lots with areas of 21.9 hectares, 7 hectares and 1.8 hectares. The current lot arrangement is the result of the former Crow's Nest branch railway, which passed through the site historically. The lots are 850 metres north of the urban extent of Highfields and outside of, right at the edge of Council's identified priority infrastructure area. So the site does not have access to Council's reticulated water supply or wastewater network. If I could just get attachment 3, figure 1 up, please, Wendy. So the proposal seeks to reconfigure the existing lot boundaries to create two small rural residential scale lots, that is proposed lots 801 and 802 to the southeast, and a large balance lot for rural activities being proposed lot 804. Proposed lots 801 and 802 are of a similar size to the three existing rural residential lots near the intersection of Brazier Road and Utschink Road, and are proposed either side of these existing lots. Now, they will gain access via Brazier Road. Proposed lot 804 will have frontage to Brazier Road, Clinton School Road and Utschink Road. As I've stated, the subject lots are unable to be serviced by Council's reticulated water supply or wastewater network. Although Council's reticulated water mains are located in proximity to the site, this water is unable to be provided due to the size of the mains and the current pressure in the network. So accordingly, all proposed lots will rely on an on-site water collection and storage, and also an on-site effluent disposal system. The planning scheme prescribes a minimum lot size of 100 hectares at this location, and as the proposed lots fall below this size, the development is subject to impact assessment and required public notification during the assessment process. There was 4 properly made submissions received by Council during the public notification stage, 1 in support and 3 objecting. The issues raised by the submitters in opposing the proposed development include identified inconsistencies with the planning scheme strategic framework, being the rural landscape element, the rural zone code and the local government infrastructure plan, impacts to the natural environment, including vegetation clearing and restriction of native fauna movement through fencing, and the inadequacy of existing infrastructure to service the proposed lots. The matters raised by submitters have been considered during the assessment of the application, and they're detailed in the report. The application was also referred to the State Assessment and Referral Agency as a concurrence agency. We received a response on the 23rd of August advising of no requirements in relation to the development. The development was assessed against all the relevant assessment benchmarks, which included the entire planning scheme, the South East Queensland Regional Plan and the State Planning Policy. While it is noted that the proposed development does not comply with all of the relevant assessment benchmarks, it is considered that there exists sufficient reason to approve the development despite the conflicts as discussed within the report. I'll go through a quick summary of the key assessment matters which inform this decision. Now, the proposed development protects and maintains the integrity, viability and productivity of agricultural land and the rural landscape. That is, the proposed boundary realignment does not increase the number of lots within areas identified for current or future agricultural purposes and does not further fragment agricultural land. The premises, as I've stated earlier, consists of irregular shaped lots with areas of 21.9 hectares, 7 hectares and 1.8 hectares. And following realignment of boundaries provides for a balanced lot that is generally rectangular and with a larger area of 30.37 hectares. Although the proposed development provides for lots of a size, shape and configuration commensurate with rural residential scale development, the creation of these lots is achieved through the reconfiguration of existing lot boundaries, and it would not lead to the further proliferation of rural residential development. It is noted that dwelling houses could be established on each of the 3 existing lots as they currently exist, and that any future subdivision of these lots would actually be prohibited development under the planning regulation. The proposed development does not require the provision of additional infrastructure or services. Any dwelling house established on the proposed lots will rely on an on-site water supply and an on-site wastewater effluent disposal system. And the proposed development does not necessitate the clearing of significant areas of vegetation. Impacts to natural environmental values are limited by the location of proposed lots 801 and 802, being the smaller lots, in areas of lesser environmental significance and adjacent to other small lots in this southwest corner. The effect of this is maximising the retention of areas of identified environmental significance within a large contiguous lot. And finally, the proposed development does not increase the number of lots affected by mapped hazards, be it bushfire or flood hazard, and by extension would not increase the number of dwellings or residents within any mapped hazard area. Accordingly, it is the recommendation of the officer that the proposed development be approved, subject to the conditions contained within the report. Thank you.
Questions, councillors for Jayden? Councillor Von Hoff.
Madam Chair, through you. Thanks, Jayden. Your report, I want to talk about trees and koalas. And the report talks about the subject land includes areas of mapped native vegetation and koala habitat areas on state mapping. That's page 11 of 31 of the report. And then it says, just above there, that it talks about there's undisturbed areas of the site consist of native vegetation comprising open eucalypt woodland to forest with a grassy to shrubby understory. And then it says, large areas of the site have been cleared. And later in the report, one of the submitters, and sorry, there's an environmental significance overlay as well, an area of ecological significance. And then later in the report, one of the issues raised by one of the submitters is that clearing of vegetation prior to determination of development application. And the officer has noted that and said the clearing of vegetation prior to the determination of the development application has no bearing on Council's assessment of the DA. Further, the clearing of mapped native vegetation that is not the consequence of accessible development is the responsibility of the state government. The proposed development does not necessitate the clearing of significant areas of vegetation. So then, if I go to page 96 of Board Books, which is 20 of the report, it says areas of mapped koala habitat are present on the site. Further, koalas have been observed on and adjacent to the site. Current lot boundaries intersect or closely adjoin these areas of mapped koala habitat. And then it says something, and this sort of surprised me and didn't fill me with confidence. The proposed lot layout boundaries avoid mapped koala habitat areas, okay? Conditions of approval are recommended to ensure that existing trees that are to be removed in the course of the development are assessed by a suitably qualified fauna spotter or catcher for the presence of wildlife prior to removal. The application was referred to the State Assessment and Referral Agency as a concurrence agency due to the presence of mapped native vegetation and koala habitat areas. A response was received with no objection to the proposed boundary realignment. Okay, so there's about 4 strands there that I've pulled out from the report. Now, I need some clarity from you, please. The first is, so there has been trees removed from this site prior or during the development application process, is that the case?
That's correct, yes.
And is that something that is being investigated by the state agency currently?
It's not something that has informed my assessment as a council officer. To answer that question, I may invite Danielle or Luke, if you had anything to say on that matter.
So Luke, maybe if you could just explain your role.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, my name is Luke Jackson. I'm Senior Environmental Officer with In Development Services. I provide advice to planners to help inform their decision. Lots of questions, Councillor. I'll do my best to run through it. There was an original submission, when the original application was made, very, very shortly after, one of our road crews was going along Clyton School Road and noticed that there was some clearing that was undertaken within the road reserve. At the same time, he noticed an additional area of being cleared. I personally gave a phone call to the Department of Natural Resources and Mines just to understand if there was an issue with clearing of the vegetation in that area. So this was in October 2020. They indicated to me at the time that there was an investigation being done. In anticipation of this meeting, I tried to find further information to follow up whether or not there was any issues. However, again, that is a state issue. That's not an issue that we would normally be privy to, and I could not find anyone to provide me with some information before this meeting.
Okay, and
So there was an investigation at some point, I was told.
does that investigation have any bearing on our decision as a local government?
No.
Thank you. The next issue then that I need to understand is the mapped koala habitat and the proposed lot layout boundaries avoid the mapped koala habitat areas, but one of the submitters has raised their concerns about the movement of wildlife through the establishment of fences. How has that been addressed adequately?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, do we have a copy of this report available as part of the appendix for this particular section? That is the Ecological Impact Assessment and Bushfire Management Report.
I think so. No.
Should be attached because it was an endorsed document as part of the approval. If we can try and find that, and I might just have to hold up a plan on this piece of paper here, which will not be too large, but if you can very, very broadly, Councillor, have a look here. You can see our subject site. The green areas on this particular plan are the areas that show state-mapped koala habitat areas. So they're the ones that if a development was to go and do some vegetation clearing on there, or they proposed a subdivision or another type of use that would impact upon that area, that is when the referral trigger to SARA would occur and the application would then go across for comment. This particular subdivision originally started as a 10 into 10, it's now a 3 into 3. So one of the things that the state would look at, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the state, but their guideline does provide provision for when your application is being assessed by the state, is your development lying underneath one of those particular areas? And the revision, 3 into 3 with 2 new lots and then a large balance, provides for development to occur outside of that mapped koala habitat area. That is the trigger, the same as our trigger in our planning scheme for our ecological significance, or bushfire, for example, or flood. That was the trigger to assess it. And this application here provides new lots that are outside of that where someone could build a house, or significant area within the balance lot, the 804 lot, where they could potentially build a house and a driveway and effluent disposal that doesn't impact upon the mapped vegetation. The state does acknowledge that there can still potentially be koalas in areas that aren't mapped under that particular layering. Members of the public are able to submit particular information to the state if they so wish, but one of the layers that informs the state about where koala habitat areas are whether or not there is existing remnant veg, which in the same report that I was referring to previously, effectively this map here, so anything that's mapped blue or red is considered remnant vegetation, which would enact the Vegetation Management Act. Any area that's mapped white is considered Category X, cleared vegetation, non-remnant, and development can occur in there without implications for the state to have to draw conditions upon. And typically, the state koala habitat area mapping will not include areas that are mapped as white, but they will potentially include areas mapped as blue or red because it's devalued vegetation due to past land use activities or potential disease or potential bushfire or something.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And so, Luke, not knowing the outcome of the investigation by the state government into the removal of vegetation, and also understanding that that's not a matter that it's not our purview today with this application.
Yes.
But not knowing the outcome of that investigation, how are we to be reassured or have confidence that one of the conditions of approval that's included in this assessment is to ensure that existing trees that are to be removed in the course of the development are assessed by a suitably qualified fauna spotter for the presence of wildlife prior to removal? How does that work?
That condition is the onus upon the applicant. If a reasonable condition was made, then our compliance team would seek proof from the developer that that did occur. So effectively, that developer should themselves retain records of that occurring. And we could have the power under that condition, which was condition 34 and 35 of the proposed condition set, that we could, if we needed to, go and request that, provide us evidence that that did occur.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Councillor Carl? Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the officer. I note your comment that you're not creating any more lots, but it's a bit of a sleight of hand, isn't it? Not creating any more, but creating 2 new ones in a different spot. So, what about, my question is, what about fire safety? And I'm not talking about bushfire safety. I'm talking about fire safety. If the property has to call a fire truck out, we're not near reticulated water. They catch their own water, and these are classic examples of, and many examples across our region of these sorts of dwellings on these size blocks not having enough water to fight a house fire safely. What do we do then? And we also know that water carters are kept very busy in drought times, filling up tanks to these types of places.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to clarify, that was not an external fire source being a bushfire that might enter the land from outside.
It could be a house fire, or it could even be a bushfire. But normally the fire truck comes, and the reason why I ask this is because it's a quasi-rural zone on a block size like this. It, to me, smells like the old peri-urban stuff where you get encroachment into rural land on the fringes of development. So then we have other issues down the track with this encroachment where there's an expectation for infrastructure to follow. Then it wouldn't be the first instance.
Thank you, Councillor. I just draw your attention to, so condition 37 requires that all dwellings on future lots have a particular reservoir of water for firefighting purposes. So that's a minimum 10,000 litres of water that is separate from a domestic water source. And that is for combating a house fire, essentially. That could be in the form of a rainwater tank. The condition also provides flexibility that it could also be in the form of a dam, a swimming pool, or any other water storage within 40 metres of the dwelling. And this is typical for any sort of rural residential type development or anywhere in the rural area where they may rely on inadequate or indeed no water supply.
And we know those supplies run out. What did you say, 10,000 litre tank?
10,000 litres, yes.
Not a big one, is it? Even though it be in addition to domestic use.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. No, it just looks like the old, what they used to call peri-urban development in prior planning scheme eras, which creates, in my view, some issues. And this is, to me, death by a thousand cuts, encroachment into rural land, which brings other issues down the track.
So, Councillor
Anyway,
Carl, one of the condition 37 is in addition to the water supply capacity.
Yeah, I know that. A 10,000 litre tank is not a big tank for fighting a fire.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I'm assuming that if council was to approve it and 10,000 litres isn't enough, that does not make us liable in any way? Is that correct?
Thank you, councillor. For any new dwelling house, there are minimum requirements generally that it must adhere to if it is indeed accessible against our planning scheme. In most cases, if it doesn't have access to a reticulated water system, that would be 40,000 litres for domestic use and then 10,000 litres on top of that for firefighting. Provided a house complies with those requirements, and that could be a house without access to reticulated water, then it would be therefore allowed to establish at that location. At this point in time, there are 3 lots on which 3 houses could be established, essentially. All of this application is doing is reconfiguring those lot boundaries.
Yeah, it comes back to the point though. I mean, 40,000 litres, we have drought fairly regularly and they're never full. But that's an aside. So I just, there was mention before about having spotters go in to find the wildlife. And we've just experienced up on the escarpment at Rangeville a large clearing of land. Huge big trees were felled, and a number of neighbours made comments to me about the wildlife that they found. There were kookaburras dive bombing the machinery. It was quite a disturbing thing for the neighbourhood there to see that happen. So I'm not reassured in relation to spotters now, having just seen what's happened up there. When it's the onus is on the owner to actually do something, I'm not sure that that's the best outcome. I'm not sure what the answer is, but it really concerns me that clearings can happen and wildlife are made homeless with no thought to their well-being. But I just wonder, the environmental report, council should receive all the necessary information if we're going to consider something, and I'm disappointed that that hasn't been attached to the report. Can we ensure that in future, planning is such an important decision-making area, that we get all reports in the future, please?
Thank you. Noted.
Was that an oversight, can I ask, or was that normally be attached, Danielle, or?
Generally, councillors, we don't attach all of the reports because you would end up with a report, with hundreds and hundreds of pages. All information lodged in relation to all of the applications that you consider, we all have access to PD Online, and all of the material lodged in relation to an application is available via that. I mean, we could attach every report that we get for an application to a report, but I guess that's just keeping in mind you're going to end up with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of information that you're going to then need to wade through.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Danielle, I really respect your response. However, I think this was a really important document given the discussion that's happening here, and we're unaware of it. Thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of questions. Page 2 of the report, it says there were 4 submitters, 3 against it. The table of involved parties, there seems to be a heck of a lot more than 3. Can you explain that process to me?
Certainly. Thank you, councillor. When making a submission for an application, there is the ability for a submitter to make a submission on behalf of many other submitters as signatories.
Easy
In this
as that.
case,
Thank you.
there was one principal submitter for many other signatories.
Just after the clarification. Thanks. Easy as that. My question is around in the lots as they currently sit. The middle one, which was a railway corridor many years ago on the Crow's Nest line, we are in the process of elsewhere in Toowoomba region turning our unused railway corridors into recreational trails. We have 2 of them in the pipeline at the moment, Oakey to Cecil Plains and Westbrook to Wairema. I'm under the understanding that the Crow's Nest line, wherever it stops and starts, is there's not enough ownership of the whole lot to make a council-owned recreational use in there. And I'm just wondering if, on your opinion, I'd love to know what you know about that railway line. Is it too far gone to be a council project? I take it because it's already a lot. We don't own it at this point anyway, but just wondering if you could talk to me about that railway corridor and how it works.
Thank you, Councillor. All I can say on that one is that I noted when assessing the application that a lot of the railway corridor no longer ceases to exist, essentially. It has been absorbed into other properties. You can see the shape of the former railway corridor at many parts. But I would say it's under a patchwork of different land ownership of private parties, much the same as this case.
Okay, so it's all privately owned up that way?
I can't say for sure, but
Sure.
for this application it is.
No, thanks for the clarification on that. I wonder if the submitters might know when they speak. Thank you.
Councillor Carl.
Just one more comment, if I may, Madam Chair. In the context of my comments before about peri-urban and the pressures it brings, one of the things that always should weigh heavily on our minds is the fact that the approval goes with the land, not the owner. And therein lies a complexity when a new owner potentially moves in on a house lot of this size and has a different set of expectations. That's why I think we need to be really mindful of this encroachment or creep of what I call, it used to be called under the IPA scheme, peri-urban settlement into rural areas on the frame of settlement. Thank you.
I think the Chair of Planning once said to me that's hypothesising, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, so...
No, I don't hypothesise. I can actually take you to many places in the region, particularly in the north, that I'm intimately aware of, where council has been taken to court for bushfire risk, and we were made by the planning court to approve these areas, and there were claims against prior councils. So it's not hypothesis at all, Madam Chair. It's a reality.
Is there any further questions for the officer?
Thanks,
Councillor
thanks,
McGovern?
Madam Chair. Through you to Jayden. Thank you, Jayden. Page 14 of the report, of page 90 on board books, talks about, and it's one of the submitters' issues they've raised, inconsistent with the planning scheme, strategic framework, rural supplies, and just picking out the last line on that first page, or page 14, the creation of these lots is achieved through the reconfiguration of existing lot boundaries. And then the next paragraph talks about the proposed development would not lead to the development, to further proliferation of rural residential development in the locality, noting that dwelling houses could be established on each of the existing lots, and any further subdivision of subject lots is prohibited development under the Planning Regulation 2017. On balance, the reconfigured lots is considered to comply. The question I have is around, and I guess touching on Councillor Carl, how strong is that to assure, I guess, those that have submitted that we won't see a proliferation of lots in the balance, the remaining larger lot?
Thank you, Councillor. Just on that, I would say that the planning regulation prohibiting subdivision of further land at this location comes about through the South East Queensland Regional Plan, identifying this as, I can't remember the exact name, but it was Rural Landscape and Regional Production Area, I believe. Essentially what you've got is a limited supply of existing lots, which may or may not be reconfigured, depending on whether council believe the reconfiguration of those lots to be appropriate. Now, in this case, my recommendation would be for approval as within the report, because the existing arrangement and shape and size of these lots is already compromised, and it does not provide for a large area of land that may be used for rural purposes, essentially. Whether there's other land in the area where similar applications may take place, I can't say for certain, but each application will be assessed on its merits.
Just get the General Manager to make a
I
comment.
might just make an additional comment. This is 3 into 3 reconfiguration, which probably improves the current situation because under the spread of the existing lots, like you'd have houses spread through and around the site. This would bring those houses into one location, which would make it easier to protect for the fire department and various other agencies like that. The other issue is that it's the SEQ regional plan, and as I've said, under Council's planning scheme, we cannot prohibit uses, but certainly the state maintains that unto themselves through the SEQ regional plan, and any urban use in a landscape and rural production zone, which has a minimum of 100 hectares, is a prohibited use. We cannot even consider the application. So it is very clear in that. So that's what's meant by the regulation. There's a regulation that goes along with the SEQRP. So just by way of explanation. But I think the idea of the owner, I haven't spoken to the owner, I don't know, but it would look like they're just trying to rationalise where houses could be built on that site, and that would then enable the rest of the site to be protected.
Were there any further questions for the officer? No? Thank you, Jayden. Now, I have one person for the submitters, Laura Harradine. Oh, yeah, so, yeah, you're right to come up, thank you.
Picture of an aerial photo.
An aerial photo, yep, sure.
That I have on a USB.
There's one up there now, isn't
Have a look at that one up there.
No, this is actually a very recent one.
Sorry.
Would you use an outside
A lot of
USB?
these pictures aren't relevant to what's happening actually at the very moment. So,
Our problem is the security using an outside USB.
We have had them.
It's okay? Yep. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll come.
Oh, hi. My name's Francisca Charteris Deleuze. My husband Malcolm and I live at 86 Oochink Road, Clinton, and we have lived there since 1998. So we really have become very intimately aware and intimately know our environment. We've cruised around there. We have a lovely, great amount of flora and fauna. We've got goannas, echidnas, wallabies, you know, the koalas and things like that. So, you know, for us, it's a very precious environment. And it's a very unstable soil environment. There's a huge clay mine at the back. We bought Brazier's old place, and Brazier's had the brickworks behind there, and then that got closed in 1978. So essentially, the soil is extremely poor. It's a duplex soil. Where we've built, it's on pure clay. It's very unstable. It erodes very, very quickly. We were warned many years ago by CSR Monia, their soil geologist, who owned the place, that it's a very fragile soil. So we've always been extremely careful not to remove any vegetation. We have a topsoil that once you disturb it, becomes bull dust, and we have had untold trouble with dust blowing onto our property since the tree clearing has occurred.
Struggling with your USB,
yeah.
sorry.
So
Francesca.
anyway, so essentially we, as a group, you know, we're a motley crew. None of us are sort of born again wannabe hippies. We've got teachers, volunteers, local business owners, homeowners, renters and families who live here, you know, and there's been a significant disruption already to our community with the goings-on. And some of this distress has been caused by the secretive nature and no consultation that goes on. Look,
And I'll state here equivocally, we don't mind that development goes on, but as long as it suits the environment and it fits in with it. But when you have trees that have been chopped down and you've got koalas hanging off your fence and crying and upsetting the dogs, and we've had a terrific disruption to that population. Laura bought the house there in Brazier Road. The 3 houses in Brazier Road were actually workers' cottages that the Braziers had actually established back in, I don't know, the 50s or something, when they had workers there who worked in the thing. There were actually other houses in behind that they've been long since demolished. We were told with the railway corridor that it was Crown land and we could never touch it. When we first bought the place, we knew that there was a mining lease over part of our property, which we honoured, and we didn't touch anything without any permission of the previous owners. So I'm not sure what's actually happened to the swallowing up of the railway corridor that on that side. We have one, our land arcs across and we have a very irregular shaped block, and that actually is part of the railway line around the boundary. So if you look at that property there, have you got your pointer? If I can work it. Sorry, lovey, I'm not technically minded. I'll point it on.
And you might have to use that
Point
map.
it on there, okay.
Yeah, we can't get your USB going, Francesca, so you,
This is our property here. I'm very nervous, they just don't mind my shaking hand. And so we live on that part there, okay? So for us, there's significant trees that are still there. We never really knew what our boundary was, you know, because, you know, we always had a bit of an idea what our front yard was. But for us, the concern is that this boundary realignment, I really think it is actually another word or a euphemism for a subdivision, because there was never a boundary on Block 801. It was always a big part of that, it was always a big part of this block here, okay? And 802 didn't belong in that boundary either. It was part of there. So, you know, to me, shifting a fence, you know, to make something sort of cut off doesn't sound like a boundary alignment to me. It really does sound like a realignment of the property. So, you know, there's... we're very concerned about maintaining the environment. You know, there's been no allocation to sort of keep a buffer around Amaru School where the children go to learn about the environment. A lot of that was taken away with some of the very early clearing. All the clearing, the major clearing happened prior to the application going in 2020. It was all done in lots of different ways. One of our neighbours over the road challenged one of the fellows cutting down a tree and sort of said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I'm cutting this down." And she said, "Well, how do you know there's no koalas there?" And he said, "Well, I just look up before I cut." And that was the response we had. So we've had a lot of this distress going on, you know. We've nurtured a frog habitat there for 20 years, and it's been a seasonal wetland. Unfortunately, it's been bulldozed down on the fence line, much to our horror. And I think if I was home at the time, I would have tied myself to the bulldozer or something like that just to try and prevent it from happening. So, you know, Uchink Road's not a formed road. You know, this isn't going to improve rural pursuits in the area. You know, putting two houses either side there, we have to have a 20,000 litre tank as our backup. That was the requirement when we built there, that we had to have a 20,000 litre tank for a water supply should we have a fire. We've been on low flow water the entire time. The water just trickles into our tank from the water mains. We've got a ball float on our tank which keeps our tank constantly filled. We've put in another couple of thousand gallons worth of tanks as well, which are rainwater, so we do have extra water. So, you know...
Francesca, I'm going to have to wrap it
Yes,
up when
I know,
you get
but I
close.
would
Thank
like to
you.
show this
Well, we
photo.
can't get it going, Wendy. It's something to do with it. Have to format it, and that would wipe it. Is that the correct terminology?
Madam Chair, could I just
Could you
ask
maybe just give us a quick, what the points were that you wanted to?
Well, thank you. If you look at the new aerial map, and I'm very happy to send it to you, there's about 8 different sort of, in this area here, there's about 4 blocks that are divided off. This has already been divided with lots and lots of fencing, which not just have the one sort of corridor. There's no particular reason for, no animals can actually traverse. Now, we always were a corridor for the koalas. They came through our property, through to the back and back to the eastern side of us into that remnant bushland there. So there's fencing already there in a pattern which is really suggestive, and this is just my assuming, because if it's for an animal husbandry purpose where they're going to just shift the donkeys and goats from paddock to paddock, well and good. But to me, it already looks like a quasi-subdivision already there. And that is the photo that I really wanted to show you, because I just...
No, it's frustrating technology. It's
yeah, I'm really sorry.
No, that's fine.
It will really show, the trees that are on Block 801, it's completely bare, completely devoid. Now, just this little story, when all the tree clearing was going on, Judy Gray and her partner lived down Clyton School Road. They were rescuing koalas. They actually put the distressed and injured koalas in this area here, which at the time was full of trees, thinking that would be a good nursery for them. And 2 days later, the whole lot was bulldozed down. Judy was there at night with a thermal camera trying to find the bodies of the koalas that they had put there as a means of a nursery, just to be able to sort of rehabilitate them.
And we've got a question from Councillor Von Hoff for you. Yeah.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's really to you, I suppose, is if the USB's not, if technology's not working for us, if Francis would perhaps consider getting the photo on your phone and then us councillors can just observe it and pass it back to you.
Yeah, I'll
It's a bit unorthodox, Madam Chair,
No,
but a potential solution.
and no viruses involved. So, yeah, sorry, I just, I'm just a bit nervous, Lovey,
That's
so
okay.
I'm just, yeah.
Okay, what about you, Councillor
So-
McMahon? You have a, well,
Thanks, Chair.
Francisca's having a look
Okay,
at
well,
that, yeah.
this is the photo here, and very happy to pass it along.
Just send it.
Sorry. Lucky I'm not doing brain surgery. So, yeah, so this is the distress that's going on.
Francisca,
Plus, we
we've
have
got a
Sorry?
question from Councillor McMahon.
Look, thanks. I'm happy to see the phone when it comes around. I just wanted to pick up on something you said, that where, of course, this is koala habitat and we're worried about tree clearing and those kind of things. You've said it's already happened?
It's already happened. The trees are already cleared.
Right.
So this is the before. No, yeah, that's the after. That's what it looks like now. That's actually a bit of a before, but it's even worse than that now because the trees here, have been cleared. There's not a single tree on 801, and there's no trees on 802 either.
Can I ask to our team, to Stuart, I find it interesting that it comes to us and the damage is done 2 years ago. Can I just have some clarity of process from you there, please?
It's all about head of power in terms of the trees going down, and as I think Luke explained before, there is an issue with the state government. State government has kept to itself, and this has been the case for quite a few years now, the state government keeps to itself most of the heads of power that relate to vegetation retention or clearance and what have you. And particularly of late with the koala mapping and habitat mapping that's been going on, that's at the state level. And as I think we said a number of times to council, even when we were talking to the state and after the state about the koala mapping, that it's the state that it doesn't want to delegate that to local government. It's kept that to itself. So that the responsibility is there. So any clearing, a complaint would be lodged with the state government and the state government would investigate. Luke indicated before that he was trying to track down who it was and in which department that person is employed that is currently looking at the vegetation clearing issues that were raised by various people, I understand. We don't know. The state just does not
Thanks for clarifying.
talk to us about
I
those
agree
issues.
with your point of view, but it's
I know it's frustrating,
We
but-
say it's their problem, they say someone, and nothing gets done back and forth. Anyway, thank you.
Couldn't agree more with you, mate.
So in terms of the phone, that's still going around, but were there any other questions for Francisco?
Question. First of all, thank you very much, Francisco. Thank you. Appreciate you being here and presenting. When this clearing was happening, what process did you go through to perhaps find out what was going on?
We tried everything. We actually were ringing the state government and the environmental control. They gave us an idea of the blue area and the white area and what was protected and things like that, you know. So a large area of this, on this side of us, is remnant. All this extension here on Oochink Road has been cleared as well, you know. So, so we really didn't have any say in the matter. It was all just happening. We, you know, when we asked, we were blocked. You know, there was nothing forthcoming. And I think this is where the frustration comes for us. Now, if the developers had sat down and said, look, this is what we're really planning to do, and yes, this will happen and that'll happen, and, you know, go away and think about it. But we're sitting there watching everything happen and all these things being burnt down. One night, one of the tree removal fellow knocked down one of the power poles and we were without power for 6 hours, you know. Just these sorts of things. But there was nothing being said to anyone. And when I complained about the burning and stuff, I was actually told by the fire people that because I wasn't a near neighbour, I was on the other side of Oochink Road, it was none of my business. We weren't needed to be advised that there was going to be significant burning going on, which, you know, happened at a time where we were feeling very vulnerable, and I was sort of saying, look, we can't fight a fire. You know, my husband's had heart attacks. I'm not exactly what you call agile anymore. And this sort of stuff was happening, and we were being blocked by the rural fire people. They didn't want to know us. They didn't want to talk to us about it. When we complained about smoke, there was issues there as well. So, you know, it's not surprising then that you have a community of people who aren't happy. You know, and we've asked for clarity, and it's not that hard. You know, and, you know, if they want to turn it into what they want to turn into, well and good, but it needs to be within what rules council have and what rules the state government have, you know, not just whatever.
Okay, yes, General Manager.
In terms of clarification, the actual burning of the timber, was that recently? Because it's been prohibited for many years, burning of fallen timber.
Yeah,
it has to be mulched.
Yeah, no, it's all being burnt. Great big piles of it were being burnt. We were concerned. They were told that they had water there and everything. Nothing was being mulched. There's a huge pile at the moment just to the side of us here that is ready to be burnt. Where the frog habitat's been destroyed, there's a big pile of timber which I'm assuming is being burnt. Stuff's burning at the moment. There's smoke, you know, so... And we've gotten to the point where who do you ring, you know? The fastest response I had at any time was when I rang council about a complaint about dust, because the dust covers our solar panels and I can't get Malcolm to go up on the roof and clean them. And I had a response within 3 days, and yet when koalas were dying and everything was happening, nobody wanted to talk to us. So good on you, the environmental people for the council. I was very impressed.
Just got a follow-up from Councillor McDonald, and then I'll go to you, Councillor McMahon.
First of all, sorry, Malcolm, about putting you under the bus there. Francisco, thank you for referring to yourselves as not being born-again wannabe hippies. It's the first time I've heard that in a chambers. In regard to the mapping, that you saw, the white and the blue and what have you, do you see there's a disconnect between what the state has and what you see on ground?
I think so, and I think, or otherwise it's within inches of it, you know, sort of thing. So their overlays are a little bit, you know, too broad, but, and what you can get is, you can get a bit of an idea, you know, what is and what isn't. So we're, you know, and obviously the owners at some stage are going to look at developing to the side of us because this is a superannuation fund, you know, it's not, you know, and that, you know, my assumption is then, and because nobody's talking to me about what it is or whether they just want to be farmers or something, you know, it just seems to me that ultimately at the end of the day, all the trees go that can go and, you know.
Thanks, Francisco. So we may get some information from the applicant about what their plans are, but with the mapping, so where it's been cleared, and obviously this is a conversation or investigation that's going on, where it has been cleared on those state mapping you've seen, has it been cleared in a spot that it shouldn't have
behind
been?
Amaroo School there was, you know, we had a significant fairy glider population living in those trees there that have been just, they've gone, they're dead. You know, Judy Gray is really the local wildlife carer in the area, and she but yeah, no, trees have been removed from what I consider to be it, but whether it's the same map that other people are looking at, I don't know. So yeah.
Okay, and Councillor McMahon, I think you were next.
No, just one more. Sorry, Chair. Thanks, Francisca. Are there fences? And what state are they, or is it a wildlife thoroughfare? Or
No, there's no wildlife thoroughfare at all. There's no way that an animal can go through it. Maybe if it could jump over the top of it, it could, or climb over it.
So there are fences there?
Completely fenced all the way through in that central portion. Whether they're keeping donkeys there already, so obviously they're wanting to sort of retain them, and we don't want them all over the place. There's no fencing on 801, which is the one that's really adjacent to us, and they're starting to fence 802 by the look of it. Well, we're just imagining that they are because you just see stuff happening. We don't get told what's happening and things like that. You know, and just out of interest, the other interesting thing is we have found a number of Indigenous artefacts in the area. We know that there's a Bora ring in the vicinity, and we feel that, you know, at some stage there might have been some quite significant activity. It's a great place to sort of do a bit of archaeology around in through all the mud. So, yeah, so that's the other thing I need.
Thanks, Francisca. Can we just have a comment on the cultural heritage, Jayden, of the site?
Thank you, Councillor. Look, any landowner has a general duty and obligation to ensure that cultural heritage is protected and not damaged. I can't remember the exact name of the legislation that does apply, but it applies in all instances. So if there is indeed matters of cultural heritage on site, then the landowner will have that obligation.
Thank you. Okay, no further questions for Francisca? We've given you every variation of your name, Francesca, Francisca.
Call me Fran.
Fran, all right, thank you, Fran. Okay, lovely, thank you.
Yes, thank
You did well, you
I
did
appreciate
fantastically
it.
well, thank you. USB. Okay, so we have Paul Kelly from Precinct Urban Planning representing the applicant today. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Councillor, and all councillors. I suppose I did have a presentation prepared, but I thought maybe it might be prudent to respond to some of the matters raised by the submitter. I think probably I can only just reinforce the officer's view that the vegetation clearing aspects that are to do with that site are outside the realms of what we're considering here today for this application. There is an investigation, I think, being undertaken by Department of Resources into vegetation clearing on that site that had happened prior to the application going to council. I've just checked with the applicant just then. There hasn't been any recent developments on that investigation at all, but it is one certainly that they're very cognizant of and aware of, and since that time have sought advice from that department prior to doing any clearing or additional clearing on the site. The comment about the fires, they have also confirmed for me today, the applicant has confirmed they get fire permits because they are in a rural area, and that's what you have to do through the Rural Fire Brigade in those areas, is to seek a fire permit. Their current fire permit goes through till the end of January next year. The fencing that is throughout the site is livestock fencing. It's for cell grazing arrangements. I have had involvement with subdivision developments in koala habitat areas since that regulation has come into effect, and in instances where the state has concerns about that, those developments that I've been involved in have been conditioned for koala designed fencing to be put around properties. In this instance though, where the proposed smaller lots are going, clustered in where the existing smaller lots are, is outside those mapped areas. I can only make the assumption that's why the state has not included those requirements on this particular development. It has a no requirements response for this development. And there was just something else I thought of there. But anyway, yes, so there are fire permits in place. The fencing, as per the normal course of events for a rural property, is being fenced for cell grazing purposes. The state has not imposed koala-friendly fencing, for want of a better term. And yes, there's no more recent advice I can give you about the Department of Resources investigation into clearing. I suppose just to touch on the development itself, as Jayden alluded to there before, the original application was for a 10:10 lot boundary realignment, and in response to information, and as part of that, we'd had a pre-lodgement meeting with the council before that went in, and we had 3 pre-lodgement meetings with the State Assessment and Referral Agency, primarily because we were conscious of investigations into vegetation clearing, and we wanted to work with them on matters to do with native vegetation and koala habitat areas. The response to the information requests that we received has resulted in changing the application to a 3:3 boundary realignment, and there was a lot of thought put into that because there was different computations looked at with the original 10 lots that were involved in the application, and it was decided by the applicant to go back to the 3:3 that you've seen before you today, ensuring that smaller lots were clustered and kept at a consistent size with existing smaller lots on Brazier Road, so that those lots had access to a council-maintained road. They are of a sufficient lot size to allow for on-site wastewater disposal. As an example, we had to provide 2 on-site wastewater disposal reports for those 2 lots as part of the response to the information request, so they are with council as part of its assessment material. It's not uncommon at all in rural areas to have lots that rely on on-site water supplies, whether that be in the form of rainwater catchment. We acknowledge the conditions that are asking for rainwater supply and then water supplies for firefighting. The balance lot then is one that is of more regular configuration and does allow for a larger, more regular shaped lot that can be used for rural pursuits. If the lot configuration was in its current form, you can see by the map on the screen that the rail corridor land that's owned by the applicant, as it traverses through that site, had that been fenced just in its current form and could quite legally be sold as it is, would end up with boundary fencing cutting right through the middle of those areas. This realignment now actually ensures that that very unfortunate configuration generated by the former rail corridor land is removed. It allows for a more regular shaped allotment, and then you have smaller lots, as the General Manager of Planning said too. If you've got an emergency response, those houses are now clustered together down at Brazier Road. there was some comment earlier about, Councillor McMahon, about is the rail corridor land publicly or privately owned further around. I'm only just aware of where that rail corridor land extends to the east there, behind the submitter's property. That also is in the private ownership of the applicant. I don't know if it continues on from there, but I just know that's one example where it's not publicly owned land. Yeah, so I suppose as I was thinking through about different things that I was wanting to cover off on, I did want to just touch on those matters raised by submitters, and we do agree with the officer's recommendation for approval subject to reasonable and relevant conditions.
Thank you, Paul, and kept within your 5 minutes too. I was going to give you a bit longer.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
terrific. Questions for Paul? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Paul. Paul, I note there was one of the queries or issues from submitters was around the notice for the assessment, and the officer's response is that it did comply with it.
Yes.
Given what we've heard today from those submitters in and around that area, it seems that a fair bit of this frustration may well have been somewhat softened if there was more interaction. And I wondered if there was an obligation from an impact assessment of this nature to actually engage with the neighbours. I know officers have said you've done all that was required, but is there of an obligation to contact close by neighbours?
Well, certainly, Councillor, we did undertake the public notification in accordance with legislative requirements, and I'm not aware of any other obligation to do more than that for a development proposal. You may find sometimes certain applicants elect to do more consultation, and you're probably aware I do a lot of work for the schools in this area, and schools are one example of where they may seek to go out and do more consultation than normal with their immediate residents around the school, but there isn't actually any statutory requirement to do that. In terms of this public notification, signs were placed on each of the 3 road reserves, so Clyton School Road, Brazier Road, Utchink Road. Letters were issued to adjoining owners, and under the legislation we're not required to send letters to people on the other side of a road reserve or a watercourse. So for example, the property immediately opposite on Utchink Road does not actually adjoin the land and is not an adjoining owner to the property. But other than that, and then the notice, of course, in the paper. So the statutory notification requirements were certainly undertaken for the development, as has been acknowledged by council staff.
Just to follow up, if I could, Madam Chair. You spoke about, Paul, rural pursuits are available now for that balance of
Yes.
that lot. Given what we've heard from Francisca speaking on behalf of the submitters, their concern is what's happening there with fencing already in some elements, and you've mentioned it's around, you know, the keeping of animals and what have you in that site. Do you know of any other activities that the applicant may be thinking of doing to put submitters' minds at ease around that area?
I specifically asked the question while the conversation was going on with the submitter, and that was the response the applicant provided me, that it is for normal grazing purposes and cell grazing purposes, which you can do on a rural property where grazing is undertaken.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you, Paul. So you're right, there are matters that are the purview of the state government that we have no jurisdiction over. And then there are conditions of this approval, though, that we do have to consider. And items 34 and 35 under landscape and ecology, item number 34 is the removal of existing trees and vegetation, a condition there. And condition number 35 is fauna management during removal of existing trees and vegetation. So I've got 2 questions, if I might, Madam Chair. The first is, are there existing trees and vegetation identified for retention?
There's been no requirement to provide a tree retention plan, if that's the sort of document you're asking about, Councillor. And I would think probably because, if anything, in terms of length of fencing that would otherwise occur, The current configuration would result in more fencing having to be done if those properties were to be sold individually. The two smaller lots now going down next to the existing rural residential sized allotments will mean less fencing, and they are actually outside state mapped vegetation areas. So they're not actually, like if you hear of the terminology, they're in category X or they're in the white area of the state mapping. So that may be the requirement why there isn't more conditions necessarily around vegetation clearing, because normally the clearing when you're looking at a subdivision approval is more to do with where the new boundaries are going. Or if you're in an urban environment, it might be because you've got to do more clearing to extend water and sewerage, which isn't the case here. There are no new roads being created. It's just simply the consolidation of a larger lot that keeps all that mapped vegetation together in one lot, with less fencing required now around the smaller lots on Brazier Road. I'm not sure of the officer's reasoning there, but I can only just assume that might be behind that.
Thank you for that. And the second question was, do we know if the investigation into the vegetation clearing, whether or not that includes the inspection of wildlife?
That's more than I can tell you, Councillor. I think the vegetation clearing investigation commenced with the Department of Resources because I believe it may have started before the koala habitat legislation came in February of last year. And I think that was, and so up until that point, the state mapped vegetation was for native vegetation or remnant vegetation, and they're two different government departments. So the koala habitat mapping is under the Department of Environment and Science, who probably would have a stronger wildlife focus. The native vegetation mapping that was in place up until February last year as the only regulated vegetation, with the Department of Resources, may or may not have such a strong wildlife focus, but it's with that latter department where the investigation commenced, because that was the only regulated vegetation that was being controlled by the state at that time.
Okay, thank you for that, Paul. And Madam Chair, did I see a flurry of activity just a few minutes ago with the GM? Was there something relevant?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just related to no burning.
I was just going to
pointing
ask that
to the
question.
condition.
So, Paul, just going back to the question instigated by Councillor McDonald about you may have done the minimum that was required. And I think you can sense our frustration around what's happening with the trees on this site. And I mean, surely the basis of any planning or any development is to be a good neighbour. So why then, with that clearing, would you not have been, say, with the likes of Amaroo, why would the applicant not be consulting or trying to be a good neighbour? I know this is probably
That's all right. Look, I think just with where you're going with that, it is certainly, for each of our applications, it's the applicant's choice as to whether they want to go with the minimum notification requirements or whether they wish to do more. And I gave the example before of schools that elected to do more. Though, when you're dealing with notification requirements, I suppose the state puts in place its thoughts around what is an appropriate level of consultation with signs on the land, letters to adjoining owners, notices in the paper. And like we're provided that we have complied with those requirements, and certainly we're at fault if we have not, but if we've complied with those requirements and that's what the applicant elects to do in terms of consultation, then that's what we do as part of that process.
And the point that General Manager was just bringing up was the no burning, condition number 34.4, which is a no burning of removed vegetation and debris. So with the fires that Francesca's talking about.
Yeah, sure. And look, in terms of, and that's to do with clearing of trees in association with the development or vegetation not identified for retention. the grubbing of existing trees and vegetation not identified for retention, the no burning requirement that will come in as part of this approval, the burning that has been undertaken up until now has been in accordance with what they have been allowed to do on that site, providing they get the necessary fire permits in place, which they have done and have a current one in place.
Councillor Carl, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. With all due respect, I think the horse has bolted a bit on the vegetation and burning and that, when you appreciate Fran's comments about most of the stuff is far more advanced than the photos we have. But my question to you, through you, Chair, to Paul, just so I'm clear, 3 lots into 3, the net effect is 2 additional houses serviced by an unsealed council road.
So, as Joden was talking about before, we can certainly have 3 houses there now. We've not increased the number of houses. There's no additional houses.
The size of the block,
Yeah.
blind Freddie can see that they will most likely end up with as 2 additional houses, whereas the current 3 lots might lend but would not necessarily end up in a net 2 additional houses. I'm talking in the context of this application, one would quite easily see, and if you, to the south of that road, the southern side of Brazier Road, equivalent lot sizes or the actual house block sizes or rural residential, whatever the classification is now, is, in my view, somewhat larger than these 2 proposed ones. So it might be a 3 into 3, no additional lots created, but we've potentially got 2 additional houses serviced by an unsealed council road. And I go back to my issue of the concern I have around peri-urban encroachment into rural pursuit. And the application goes with the land, not the owner.
So I guess all I can just keep stating is that there are 3 lots there that the owner could sell off today in their current form, and the person could build on each one.
I get that. But then there's potentially 2 more here in addition to that. At some point in the future.
3 houses. It's 3 houses now. It'll be 3 houses if this is approved.
The 3 houses exist on those 3 smaller lots, but the 2 reconfigured lots, 801 and 802, lend themselves to 2 additional houses in the future.
Yes, and if you look at the current configuration of the site shown by the dotted line up there, you've got a lot that's to the north of the rail corridor, the rail corridor, and then a lot to the south of the rail corridor. Each of those have access to a council-maintained road. So a person could have, you could have 3 individual owners with 3 individual houses on those lots.
Correct.
Now, and the boundary realignment just makes sure we have a larger lot that's more usable for rural purposes with all the vegetation, mapped vegetation contained within it, and now 2 smaller lots closer to other smaller lots to make the servicing better. I suppose the other thing probably to be aware of too, the council has changed the planning scheme provisions in recent years, and there was a time where if you were doing a house even in a rural area that triggered the need for a town planning application, it had to be to a formed road, and in some instances a sealed road, and that might have even been for rural residential development. The planning scheme now says if you're doing dwellings in these areas, you need to have access to a formed road. And I had to do a boundary realignment similar that was involving rail corridor land around the Woolmer area, closer to Meringandan. And in that instance there, the council ensured that the lots following the boundary realignment had access to a road that was on council's road register as a maintained road, and Brazier Road in this instance is one of those roads. But the council went further than that in this instance. They asked for a traffic impact assessment to be undertaken to determine the suitability of that road. And so one was provided, Gen Eng Solutions provided that as part of the response to the information request. You'll note in the officer's report that they have reviewed that traffic impact assessment, looking at it not only in the context of road safety, but whether any road widening was required, and have agreed with the recommendations that no further road widening was required. The only requirements there the council has included in these conditions was for a 3-chord truncation at the intersection, and that was also a recommendation from the traffic impact assessment. So the lots are taking access from a council-maintained road, and that does accord with current planning scheme provisions.
Notwithstanding all of that, Paul, if it's a genuine rural pursuit, I go back to my initial comments about encroachment into rural land. If it is a genuine rural pursuit, ideally, if you wanted to sell a suitably sized, self-sustainable block, you'd probably go a 3-into-1 without having any additional, and I still say there's potential for 2 additional new house lots into the future, which comes with complications somewhere down the track where you've got a clash of land use. Over the back fence you've got, and we've heard from Fran, and I know the area, it's friable soil.
Councillor Carl, are you wanting to move into debate, do you think?
No.
Have you got a question for Paul? Do you have a question for him?
I'm actually questioning Paul's reasoning. I'm saying I reasonably think that this will result, the net result will be 2 additional houses to the 3 potential lots in this area. So I'm happy to debate with my fellow councillors.
Okay. Yeah, we'll give you an opportunity to do that. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, the only notifying those with a common boundary is also an issue in another one that we're going to deal with later this afternoon, and I was going to bring it up then. I think that's something, and sorry, Paul, that's not to you, it's to Stuart, that we need to look at that, because I think that we should be doing it to all the surrounding areas, not just those that share a common boundary. I think that is a fault in our system. I don't believe you need to have to notify people that don't have a common boundary about doing any fencing or anything. I think that's your business, but it might be a neighbourly thing to do. But I just want to have confirmed, I'm of the belief, having listened to and read what I've read, that this new lot, this 804, cannot be developed. Is that right? I've seen Danielle shaking her head earlier saying, no, it can't be. I'm just wondering, it can or it cannot be developed if we approve it.
Councillors, someone could seek to construct a house on it, and if they wanted to potentially undertake any other form of development that was accessible under our scheme, then it would trigger a development application. So you could end up with a house on 804, a house on 802 and a house on 801, as you could with the 3 existing lots. So 3 existing lots, you could have 3 houses. 3 proposed lots, you could have 3 houses.
So 804 could have how many houses?
1.
1. And they can't come back and put another DA in to put 20.
Anyone can lodge a development application, but obviously that would need to be assessed against the provisions of the planning scheme, and given the zoning, it would be very difficult to get probably any additional urban type development on lot 804, but it would trigger a development application.
Thank you.
Paul, you had a comment?
Is it prohibited? Prohibited, there you go.
Yeah, it's prohibited. Yeah, it's in the SEQRP. Yeah.
So they can't?
Quite
Put
right.
one house.
They can't. They can't develop it into 20 houses.
Thank you. That was a really important answer.
Did you have further comment, Paul?
No, it was just to reinforce that it's prohibited development under the South East Queensland Regional Plan.
Any further questions for Paul?
Yeah, just, I think you mentioned before, or it was in the material, that there had been some proposal for a 10-lot development. What was the reason for that not proceeding? Was it?
Councillor, it was because, there's probably not a map there to show you, but it involved the land to the north and to the east of these lots that we're looking at. And as you go north and further to the east, it does bring in more areas of koala habitat areas, native vegetation areas, And it was a combination of a couple of things. There were matters raised by council in its information request. There were probably more matters with relation to vegetation raised by the state in its information request. And so for that reason, the decision was made to change the application to take away those lots to the north and to the east and bring it back to this area where lots could be created that are outside those mapped areas, but the balance lot keeps them all within one lot.
Okay. I just lost two of my councillors, but thank you, Paul. I think that's exhausted our questions. Thank you. Could I have someone move that we reinstate standing orders, please? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor McDonald. All those in favour? Okay, so we have the recommendation that council approve that application. Can I have someone move that recommendation? Councillor McDonald? Seconder? The Mayor? Any reason to move into debate? No. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. And we have... So it's to the other room. Do we want to... Okay.
Can we just check in council so we can get the numbers through you,
Yes,
Chair?
thank you. Nice to see you. Yeah.
Yeah, can we...
Just
can you ask?
all those in favour again?
1, 2, 3, 4.
5.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. 5, 4. 5, 4. So it's passed.
Oh, okay. We're not counting. Yes, okay.
Can I call a division of the vote, please?
So, yeah, you're only counting who's in the room.
Yeah. It mightn't have got up.
Can we just confirm, Madam Chair, so Councillor Summerfield was out of the room for the vote?
She was.
And Councillor...
And Councillor Ting.
No, yeah. In your hands. I'm asking, can we recall the vote?
Councillors, there was a vote, 5-4, 2 councillors outside the room at the time, and so I think the legal position is that the vote goes through as 5-4 and as per recommendation. Obviously, should there be other views on that, they'll probably have to be taken up separately as a thing. Yep. I'm sorry, Councillor.
Chair, sorry, can I make a comment on that? We stepped out of the room for 2 minutes.
I think the result is what it is, unfortunately. So, with that, I now need someone to move that we suspend standing orders again. You want to have a break?
I'm just asking you for a couple of hours.
Okay, well, yes, we've been here for 2 hours. What about we have a 10-minute break, 4:20? Need a resolution to adjourn. Councillor Taylor and Councillor Von Hoff. Okay, all those in favour? 10 minutes, 4:20. just go into suspend, don't we? Okay, we're halfway through, councillors. So again, I need someone to move that we suspend standing orders. Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Melissa Taylor, all those in favour? Okay, it's carried. We are now moving to item number 8, which is the development application for 12 Burn Street, East Toowoomba. And Jayden, you're back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Now, the report before you considers a development application for reconfiguring a lot, that is a 1 into 2 lot subdivision at 12 Burn Street, East Toowoomba. The subject site is located within the low-medium density residential zone and is subject to the neighbourhood character overlay. The site has dual frontage of approximately 10 metres to Burn Street to the north and Bruce Street at the south. The site is currently improved by a dwelling house that fronts Burn Street. It is listed as a neighbourhood character place under the planning scheme. At the rear of the property, there is a semi-enclosed carport that fronts Bruce Street, from which vehicular access is currently taken. Would you please get attachment 4, figure 1 up, Wendy? Thank you. So the proposal is to subdivide the land, which is currently 484 square metres, into 2 equally sized lots having an area each of 242 square metres. Proposed Lot 1 will front Burn Street and retain the existing single-storey dwelling. Proposed Lot 2 will front Bruce Street and is currently proposed to be a vacant lot. Just by way of application history and background, relevantly, the proposed development is identical to a previous development application that was submitted to Council in 2017. For this previous application, it was recommended by the officer that this application be approved. However, this was refused by Council at the special meeting of Council on the 27th of September 2017 due to identified conflicts with the then version 17 of the planning scheme that was applicable at the time. The grounds for refusal for the previous application were as follows: non-compliance with the neighbourhood character overlay code, as the character, appearance, location and bulk of future development on the future lot, proposed Lot 2, would be unlikely to be compatible with the existing neighbourhood character place, and also non-compliance with the reconfiguring lot code, as the proposed Lot 1 has an inadequate lot size and unsuitable shape and design that does not comply with the performance outcome PO11, that is, it provides for suitable vehicle access and on-site parking. The application before you today is assessable against version 19 of the planning scheme. This follows a previous decision of Council at a special meeting in 2020 to apply the superseded version 19 to the assessment and determination of this application. So the proposed development has been assessed with regard to the applicable assessment benchmarks under this version 19 of the planning scheme, which is a superseded planning scheme. The only matter of non-compliance identified in the assessment of the proposed development relates to the size of the proposed lots. Proposed Lot 1 that fronts Burn Street has a slope across the allotment of approximately 5%, while the rear lot has a slope of approximately 7.5%. The table within the reconfiguring a lot code requires that minimum lot sizes of 300 square metres are provided in all instances. And where you've got lots with greater slope, then you require a larger lot size. In this instance, proposed Lot 2 would be required to have an 800 square metre lot size. As both lots have an area of 242 square metres, compliance with the acceptable outcome of the reconfiguring lot code has not been satisfied, and it is then assessed against the corresponding performance outcome. There are 3 main criteria in the corresponding performance outcome, which the application has been assessed against, and these generally mirror the assessment benchmarks from the previous assessment undertaken in 2017. That is criteria A, it has adequate usable private open space and landscaping. B, that lots have suitable vehicle access and on-site parking where required. And C, any required on-site services such as effluent disposal areas. In assessing the development against this performance outcome, it is asserted that the intended purpose of the land is to provide for a single detached dwelling house, and this is stated by the applicant in the supporting application material and consistent with the overwhelming pattern of land uses and development in the locality. Determination of compliance with PO12 relies on the ability of each proposed lot to facilitate the efficient development of the land for a dwelling house while having sufficient area to demonstrate compliance with criteria A, B and C. I'll run through each of these criteria separately as it relates to the lots. With respect to criteria A, being adequate usable private open space and landscaping, proposed lot 1, which contains the existing dwelling house, incorporates adequate private open space and landscaping. There is an area at the rear of the property that has been measured unimpeded by structures to be approximately 37 square metres. Proposed lot 2, and I might just get attachment 4, figure 2 up please, Wendy, has been demonstrated by the applicant as having sufficient dimensions and lot area to accommodate a future dwelling house, as well as adequate private open space and landscaping. And this is a concept plan of how a future dwelling may fit on that lot, not necessarily proposed as part of this application, however. The next criteria, criteria B, is that each lot has suitable vehicle access and on-site parking where required. The provision of on-site parking to comply with this criteria, being suitable vehicle access and on-site parking, is taken to be the car parking rates in the Transport Access and Parking Code for a dwelling house. That would be 2 on-site car parking spaces. Despite this interpretation, there is no direct nexus between the parking rates contained within this table and the relevant assessment benchmark. And this parking rate has only been adopted as a guide in determining compliance with the performance outcome. For proposed lot 1, although it is acknowledged that the existing area to the rear of the dwelling currently used for off-street parking, being a single semi-enclosed carport via Bruce Street, would no longer be accessible to proposed lot 1. As a result, there are no applicable assessment benchmarks applying to the proposed development that specifically dictate the provision or retention of 2 on-site parking spaces for an existing land use to qualify this statement. It is noted that performance outcome PO13 of the Transport Access and Parking Code, again, while not applicable to the assessment of the proposed development and used only as a guide in this instance, would require that on-site parking be provided to avoid on-street parking where that would adversely impact on the safety or capacity of the road network or unduly impact on local amenity. Where the requirement of 2 car parking spaces for a dwelling house is adopted from this, in the absence of any rigid requirement, it is therefore considered appropriate to consider what the impact of on-street parking might be as an alternative performance outcome. In Council's assessment, the officer has considered that a reliance on on-street parking for proposed lot 1, fronting Burn Street, would not affect the safety or amenity of Burn Street owing to existing traffic volumes, its function in the road hierarchy being a local road, the sealed width of the road being 7.7 metres, and geometry and sightlines to the nearest intersections. Accordingly, it is not considered that vehicular access and on-site parking is required for proposed lot 1, where it contains the existing dwelling house, and no conditions have been recommended requiring such works. Notwithstanding the above, however, it is considered that proposed lot 1 could accommodate a vehicular crossover and a single car parking space within the front building setback of the dwelling house. Vehicle access to proposed lot 1 from Burn Street as either a requirement imposed by Council or as an application undertaken by the landowner at a future date would be subject to a future application for operational works due to the location of infrastructure within the reserve. Construction of a driveway crossover within this frontage, because of the infrastructure that is there, may require the consent of the relevant service authority to agree to a reduced separation distance between the driveway crossover and the infrastructure, and that where this consent could not be provided, there would require most likely relocation of electricity and telecommunications infrastructure at a cost to the applicant. Due to the proximity of a street tree within the road frontage as well, Any works within the structural root zone would require the works to be inspected and overseen by both external and council arborists. For proposed Lot 2 at the rear via Bruce Street, refer yet again to the concept plan on screen now, which has demonstrated that a dwelling house could be accommodated on this rear lot with 2 car parking spaces, which would therefore satisfy the assessment benchmarks relating to car parking requirements. And just quickly, the final criteria C as it relates to both lots, is the provision of any required on-site services such as effluent disposal areas. In this case, both lots are serviced by all urban infrastructure. Both lots would have access to these, and recent and relevant conditions of approval have been recommended to provide all necessary infrastructure to both lots. So based on this assessment, it is the recommendation of the officer that the proposed development be approved, subject to the conditions contained within the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jayden. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who was sitting here the last time this came to us, and this is in a neighbourhood character area, despite, I'm not comfortable with approving a development, and I take it if to retrofit a development, a house of neighbourhood character as this one is, and direct anyone who's in those areas that if you can't fit it on your block, that you can put it on the street. I'm not comfortable with that, and yet if they have to put a car park in there, they're going to, one, destroy the character of the house, unless they take it in on the other side where the tree is, and two, no one's going to do that if it costs them all that money. That's just not realistic to accept that if they have to relocate services or they have to ask permission to take the street tree down, which would also come at a cost. So I'm really in two minds about this. Thank you. Could you explain to me how and why we think that would work? I'm not at all concerned about the one on the other block that is being taken off, because as you're planning that and you can do it as you need to do it, but this one's already existing with a lovely frontage, and I'm really concerned about, number one, if we can't fit a car on the block, we consign it to the street. If everyone did that, I'm not comfortable with that. And number two, I'm comfortable with them putting it over the side, except it comes with impediment. And with that comes cost, because they'd have to remove the street tree possibly. And you mentioned the services, Jayden. So I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Councillor through the chair. Obviously, the construction of a crossover to provide for a single car parking space would be up to the landowner as to whether they pursued that. In the report that I presented, I have essentially given the view that on-site parking is not required for this lot necessarily. However, they could provide a single car parking space if required.
Could I just ask that, why is on-site parking not required for this? Why is that when our planning scheme says it should be?
Being assessed against the old... Sorry, Jayden.
Yes, thank you. So this one is being assessed against version 19 of the scheme, which does vary from the current planning scheme, the version 26, which we have currently. There has been some changes to the planning scheme since that time, which I would understand try to make it more clear where car parking is required for infill subdivisions such as this, and also set out a very clear rate of car parking spaces depending on the use or what the intended use of that lot may be. Currently, currently the assessment benchmark simply states that each lot is of a sufficient size and shape to provide for suitable vehicle access and on-site parking where required. And what I've asserted in my report is that this does not specifically state that there must be 2 parking spaces provided for each lot.
So I'm not asking for two, but I think there should be one. And how then does a permanently parked vehicle on the curb affect the neighbourhood character of a house?
As I've stated also in my report, a reliance on on-street parking as an alternative to on-site parking, I think I outlined the reasons why it was deemed to be I might just get to the relevant section again. So when we assess the on-site parking provisions for any development, we generally have a set rate which a development must provide. And where it doesn't provide that, the corresponding performance outcome, which is the PO13 of the Transport Access and Parking Code, would state that on-site parking is provided to avoid on-street parking where that would adversely impact on the safety or capacity of the road network or unduly impact on local amenity. And I've determined through my assessment and stated in the report that a reliance on on-street parking in this instance does not offend that performance outcome.
So I actually have, and I think we all do, receive quite a little bit of pressure about people if they're in a certain area because they even have to get a parking permit, or it's very difficult to get an exclusion if you live in a certain area in Toowoomba. They can't even put their own car outside their own house. So, I guess I see that, I have a certain amount of sympathy for this, but I see this as being, I don't know, well, you should have, but you don't have to have, and the street's for cars and visitors, but if you can't fit it on your house, then you can put your car on the street.
Okay, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I just, a couple of questions, if I could. First of all, when was this application submitted, and can you help me understand why it is being assessed under version 19 or whatever it is of the planning scheme instead of the current one, instead of the one that was around when this application was submitted?
It is.
Thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. When a planning scheme becomes superseded, an applicant within, I believe it is 1 year of that planning scheme being superseded, has the ability to apply to a local government for an application to be applied for under that superseded planning scheme. And in this case, the applicant did apply to council for this application to be assessed under a superseded planning scheme, which was at the time version 19. This was taken to a special meeting of council, I believe it was August of 2020, and
Isn't this a fresh application? Same, but fresh application?
it's a two-part process, if you will. So the applicant first has to apply for an application to be assessed under a superseded planning scheme. At a special meeting of council, the council has agreed to allow an application to be made under a superseded scheme. Within 6 months of that decision, the applicant then applied for this application that we're looking at now to be assessed under that superseded planning scheme.
Okay. So then the other thing I was really searching for in this was a drawing of what the current house would look like with because my recollection of the previous application that came before us was that it was parked beside the house, like this is the front of the house and you came in and parked like that. But now I'm hearing that you don't have to have one at all, which I find extraordinary, that you would not have to have at least one car park for a house, particularly when we are making decisions where every new house has to have, based on the number of bedrooms, a certain number of car parks. And so I find it incredible that we would consider approving this house with no car park, whereas everybody else in this street has been designed for a back car park for all of those houses along that street. None of them have been subdivided. And yet here we are, we've got this one and we're going to say it's okay not to have a car park for the current house. I just not at all comfortable with that. But if we go to page 2 of 20 in the report, the third last paragraph, proposed lot 1 fronting Burn Street, it says in there that it's not been satisfied, as both lots have an area of 2.242 square metres and a frontage of 10, compliance has not been satisfied. And then the next section as well talks about that, and so I struggle to understand how we can have a report that says let's approve it when we've got these issues of no car park and that things haven't been satisfied. Could you help me
Maybe you just want
understand?
to go through that again. I think you went through it earlier,
Well, you
Jayden.
did, but I didn't understand how that was okay if it
The
hasn't
AOs
been
and the
met.
POs, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, councillor. Where the report states on page 2, as you've said, that it does not comply or compliance with AO 12.2 has not been satisfied. So this is the acceptable outcome, that all lots are over 300 square metres in size, or indeed if they have a greater slope that they're over a certain size. In this case, because both lots are under that size, they need to demonstrate compliance with the performance outcome. In this case, the performance outcome is that it has those, or it satisfies those 3 criteria which I ran through. One of those, as you've stated, is, yes, suitable vehicular access and on-site parking where required. Now, if these were 2 vacant pieces of land, similar to the concept image which was provided by the applicant showing a dwelling house with 2 car parking spaces, it's not the shape of the lot or the size of the lot that prevents it from achieving 2 car parking spaces for proposed lot 1. It's the actual location of that dwelling house, where it is within the lot, that doesn't enable that lot to provide 2 car parking spaces. In this instance, however, there is the ability to provide a single car parking space within the front setback via a vehicular crossover to Burn Street, rather.
Sorry, where could those 2 car spaces be?
There would be a single car parking space for the proposed lot 1, fronting Burn Street. That would be to the, yes, as Wendy is pointing just there.
So on the left-hand side?
Yes, the left-hand side of the front porch. There is adequate space for a single vehicle to park there. Now, that may be done as an uncovered parking space without the need for a further development permit, other than a permit that would be required to get the actual vehicular access there. If the applicant were to construct a carport or a garage or wish to do so, that would need to be assessed by council as a development application against neighbourhood character overlay.
Okay, so can't we have in there that it can only be approved if that is, that's put in place?
Conditions of approval are able to be imposed in this instance, requiring minimum car parking spaces for lots. If it were I might actually just seek.
Just get the General Manager to make a comment.
Look, yes, we could have a condition. If councillors wish to have a condition relating to the provision of a car parking space on site, and not refer to it being covered, it doesn't. I mean, the moment we want it covered, it becomes an issue in terms of neighbourhood presentation, what have you. It'll need certainly, I think, an approval of some sort, because there was a really good photo showing there's just a neat, there's just sufficient room, I think, to put a crossover through. There we go. There's that area on. And it's just you just missed the light pole, and you would transgress some of the roots of that tree, but I don't think it would be of any overwhelming issue there. So you could, and what the officer's saying is, the PO is saying the capability of having a car parking space, full stop. That's all that's required to satisfy that. However, if council wanted to go the extra step and actually require that this approval to have an additional condition saying that that needs to be a freestanding, hard-standing park for a off-street vehicle, council is in its right to do so. But the officers are recommending that that's not necessary because there are many areas in our character areas that don't necessarily have vehicle parking, where vehicles actually park on the street.
Yeah, I know.
But that's another issue. But in terms of answering your question, yes, council could require one space.
So we could actually condition that. I would be keen to see that happen. I drive down, I'm sure we all do, drive down these streets at night and you're flat out getting down them because of cars. And why I think it's terrible that we're even locked into having to consider this. That's a beautiful area. And here we are, we're going to destroy it by one house, which is a very narrow block, going to have a subdivision with another house out the back. And that house out the back, it'll have a double garage and whatever, and I imagine it will be built in consideration of the neighbourhood. Is that the case?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's fine. But here we are, this beautiful little cottage, and let's just destroy the area. But anyway, I would certainly like to see that condition put in that car park be part of the...
Okay.
We can have a think about that, Councillor Summerfeld. Councillor O'Shea?
Thanks, Madam Chair. A very similar question to the one before. So just to summarise it, can I take it as the lot size as an acceptable outcome, those performance outcomes that you listed before, they outweigh
Quite
an
right.
acceptable outcome?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councillor McMahon?
Oh, thanks. My question was in line with Councillor Summerfield's. If there should be a house behind this one, there's character overlays, right? You can't
Yes,
put them...
that's right. No, there's an approval required and the design will be assessed against the criteria in the scheme for new dwellings in character areas.
Okay, thank you. Just a minor question. If we approve a car park in the front there, is council required or can it do anything regarding driveways, or is that just up to the owners of the...
Where it's within a certain distance of an infrastructure item, and in this case a power pole,
Yes.
there is requirement for operational works. So our operational works, our engineering friends over here will be assessing it.
So they would have to put in some sort of
An
application for a driveway?
Quite right, and it costs
Okay.
a little bit of money, but all well worthwhile.
Okay, thank you. Oh, anything better than gutter jumping that? Thanks.
No, we don't. We frown on gutter jumping. Not that it doesn't
Councillor
happen.
Bonhoff?
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you. So this is code accessible, and that's why it's not impact accessible, and that's why we don't have any submitters. Is that the case?
Yes.
I think,
Yes, that's right.
And the same situation last time, it was also code accessible?
Yes.
The last time this rolled around?
Yes, that's right.
And so is there any notification to neighbours of
No,
these plans?
there's not under code assessment. That's the purpose of code assessment, yep.
But I'm aware that in the last time there was a lot of neighbourhood sentiment that was expressed, and as far as we know, the neighbourhood, is this the first that they'll learn of the plans being brought back to council for consideration?
I can't answer that. I don't know. This is code accessible application, and we don't go out of our way to let the
But will it
entire
be-
neighbourhood know that there's an application, code accessible application. There's no notification required under the legislation, and none was given. It's seen as being something in the scheme that can be guided and administered through that level of assessment. Council is free through the new scheme, whatever, to make all this stuff impact assessment if it wishes. It will just it just increases the level of red tape.
Thanks, Stuart. I understand the minimum requirements of the code. I was asking if, given that this matter has come before council before,
Yep.
if the neighbours had been consulted.
Yep. It's come before council a couple of times. Original application, then for the assessment under a pre-existing planning scheme, and council assessed that and agreed that yes, the applicant could proceed under that superseded planning scheme, and now we're considering it again. So this is the third time. The first time and the second time it was considered, council officers recommended favourably for it, and council officers being consistent, and that the recommendation here is that it be given favourable consideration.
Can you just make a comment there, General Manager, about whether this would have been on PD Online?
Yes, of course it is.
So it's publicly available?
Yep.
Yeah.
All planning matters, all planning documents are absolutely public from the time the applicant lodges. It is some confidentiality provided for pre-lodgements and early stage pre-application because of obvious reasons, but the moment the applicant lodges his or her application, it is public property.
Any further questions for the officer? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I don't know if this needs to go to you or Jayden or to acting CEO Mike. Is there parking permits being so close to Queen's Park and the CBD? Because I know the other area on the other side of Queen's Park, you actually, as a home resident, you can't park your car there because I've had many complaints. So what's the ruling for this area?
Do you want to answer that?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I am able to advise it is within the Toowoomba traffic area, which does have a on-street parking requirement, I believe, of 2 hours or 3 hours rather, without a resident permit. Any further than that, I can't comment as it's not my area.
So the resident will need a permit to park there?
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Carl and Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, this is being assessed under version 19, and it was approved on page 2, as it's already been discussed, by council at a special meeting on the 16th of September 2020 to be assessed under those guidelines. The world's moved on now since then, but we've got to assess it under those guidelines. Just a comment.
Just comment, thank you. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. Just quickly, following on from the parking, if they have a permit to park, that means they can park there 24/7 with a permit to park, does
That's
it?
my understanding, yes.
So that being the
If
case,
they're a resident.
council would lose revenue as well. Is that the go? Yeah?
I'm not sure in those permit areas that there's a charge for parking anyway. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
There may well be. But,
The inspectors go
that's-
around. Yeah.
Yep.
If I might, Madam Chair, we get a lot, I don't know about other councillors, and Councillor Jeff lives in that area, but I know of at least 2 people who've been refused permits to park family cars outside their place. So it's not, and yes, if unless you have a permit, then you are charged to park there, yeah.
I think Councillor Summerfield's question was, are you charged even if you have a permit? If I'm correct?
Oh. Was that the question? No.
Well, can someone answer that for me? Are you charged to get the permit?
No, you're not.
You don't pay a fee per year or anything? No. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Any further questions? Councillor McDonald?
Just clarification through you, Madam Chair, through to Jayden, just in regard to the lot size. So there's a lot of commentary in there around, lot 2 should be 800 metres squared, lot 1, 300 metres squared, both are under that. The width is this. From an acceptable outcome to the other outcome, are you comfortable that we've assessed this in the scheme that we were, Amendment 19, and that fits that code? How would it fit under the current planning code?
Thank you, Councillor. When I first presented, I alluded to the Transport Access and Parking Code and the acceptable parking rates, which, while I've used them as a guide in my assessment, aren't actually referenced to explicitly in the assessment benchmarks under version 19. The recent amendments to the scheme that I believe came into effect version 21 to 23 now make specific reference to all relevant codes, including the Transport Access and Parking Code, Enabled Character Overlay Code, where it relates to matters such as this. So there would be that actual link to a set parking rate for lots.
You know, probably I must have confused myself asking that question. I'm talking about just the lot size itself and the minimum lot size.
Right.
There is some commentary that says there is no minimum lot size. There's other commentary that says the minimum lot size is 300. I just wanted some clarification around what that area should be and the width at the front.
Okay, sorry, is there a particular
It's a POA
sentence
thing.
that you're able to...
Yeah, so if you go to page, well, it's back to page 2 of the report, actually. It talks about it. Goes right back to the start.
I think you're asking, because really the AO is, that is a possible solution to the PO. The PO sets the broad parameters, and if in fact an application fails to meet an AO, that's not critical, that's not sudden death. What we have to do then is go to the PO and ensure that it is consistent with what's in the PO. So
I guess
what the officer
I guess
actually took
from someone assessing this as a plan, external, as a review, would they see this as being, considering that paragraph says, and Councillor Summerfield mentioned earlier, compliance with the AO 12.2 has not been satisfied, yet you're comfortable with all of the assessments you've done that, in fact, it does satisfy?
That is correct, yes, thank you. The minimum lot size essentially assumes that a lot size of 300 square metres in all instances would be enough to satisfy criteria A through to C. And where it falls below that, you would then need to determine through the performance outcome that it can actually still satisfy those despite being less than 300 square metres. And I'm sorry, I'll just clarify with reference to, although no minimum lot size is specified in Part 5, so that relates to the level of assessment. Under version 19 of the planning scheme, that was subject to code assessment, but through later revisions, the level of assessment actually varied depending on whether it met that minimum lot size. So under today's scheme, it would be subject to impact assessment.
Clear? Okay. Any further questions for the officer? Councillor Carl, sorry.
Yeah, just one final one. Thanks, Chair. Jayden, the new lot at the back, am I comfortable, in my understanding or interpretation, am I comfortable to resolve myself to the fact that proposed dwelling comes into existence under the current planning regime, we can require a single car park, not necessarily covered. We could. It'll come with some additional expense around application because it's got to be sympathetic to the neighbourhood character, but it could also be just an open car park area. Is that a feasible assumption?
Thank you, Councillor, that's correct.
Okay. Thanks.
There's reference in the report to the fact that any future dwelling house will be subject to assessment. And unlike this application, which is a subdivision, that would actually be looking at the built form outcome of the development, which would specify parking for a dwelling house more clearly.
Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Von Hook.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, thanks, Jayden. Along those lines, if I'm looking at figure 1, The house to the west of the property, there's a little bit more space, but the property to the east seems, visually anyway, to be very close. So any proposed build would go through an assessment process and all of the minimum requirements of space from the boundary, and it would have to be met when or if that assessment came to council. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you, councillor. I can't speak for the specific assessment benchmarks which it may be assessed against in terms of what the setbacks might be under an acceptable outcome. But any future dwelling house on that rear lot would be assessed against the scheme as it applies.
Pretty much consistent with building regulations as well. So double whammy, you've got to get a planning approval for your house to start with, which makes sure that aesthetically it is in keeping with the character of the area. And then secondly, you need a building approval, which makes sure that you have your minimum setbacks from front and side boundaries and rear boundary and height.
Thank you.
So currently, obviously, that's the view from Bruce Street that we have got at the moment with that little carport and... Yeah.
Can only improve.
Okay. If there's no further questions, thank you, Jayden. Well done. We have from Andrew Hill. You're going to come and speak to us, yeah? Who's representing the applicant, and Andrew's from Alpha Planning Applications. You've got 5 minutes, Andrew.
That's why I'm going to try and make this very quick for you. Okay, thank you, councillors. Basically, I could build up to a bit of a crescendo here. There's some excellent questions coming from the councillors regarding this application. Councillor Taylor, your concerns about the car parking?
Microphone, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. Your concerns about the car. Your concerns about the car parking. Look, I could go into the nitty-gritty of, the application. Council had the opportunity to. We brought this before council to request that it be assessed under the superseded planning scheme. Council then decided to approve that, which then binds council to now assess the application under that superseded planning scheme, which is, Jayden quite rightly has said, there is no real requirement for that under the planning scheme, therefore we comply and it should be approved on that basis. However, I have discussed this with my client, and she would be Mrs. Carolyn Collins, and she would be more than happy to accept a condition requiring that car park to be provided. We don't want to be difficult. Yeah. And as I was saying, Councillor Carly, your questions about the superseded planning scheme and also the new house on the new lot. In responding to Council's information request, because they did ask us about that with the lot size being smaller than required under the acceptable outcome, and in the design that we've provided and also in the written response, we've actually addressed the current planning scheme's requirements under the Neighbourhood Character Code for a new house. So that design takes into all those things into account. We haven't said, it complies under the neighbourhood character under the superseded planning scheme. It must be required, the new house must be required under the current planning scheme and under the current planning scheme's Neighbourhood Character Code. And I believe that we've addressed that in detail, as in relation to setbacks, potential heights, the ability to still provide things like on-site car parking with a garage, a stack space in front of it, garage setback behind the front setback, nice little veranda or deck if need be, private open space area at the rear that has northern access, everything basically is addressed there. So I hope that satisfies those issues. I was going to get up here and talk about natural justice and the fact that this application fully complies with the planning scheme and the council's bound to do that, but we really want to just get this approved and do whatever needs to, and Mrs. Collins has said to me, do whatever needs to be done to get this approved. I just confirmed with her before I came up, we were happy with that application. Even questions like, about losing rates if you need to pay for a parking, losing revenue for parking. council more than make that up with rates on the new lot. So, you know, I mean, realistically, I believe that we can address every issue that's been raised. They are excellent, and, you know, as far as natural justice goes, it talks about applying the letter of the law no matter what bias, and that bias doesn't have to be malice, it's a bias of opinion that differs from the law itself. But, you know, I believe that the way that we've presented it here, the criteria that we've looked at as far as current planning scheme for the new house, our willingness to accept that car parking space, even though it's not technically required under the planning scheme, we're just hoping that this time council can be positive with the application and give Mrs Collins the relief that she's needed and finally have a stress-free life and move on with her life now.
Questions for Andrew, Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably not a question. I just understand that, you know, Mrs Collins's perspective, but I think, you know, it neatens it up and makes the area nice and adds value to the amenity. I think if the cars, if they can be, are off the street.
Yeah,
I have no concerns that what will be built at the back will be really
And Mrs
good.
Collins is genuinely...
So I'm really happy with that, and thank you very much. I can support it.
Any further questions for Andrew? Getting off lightly, Andrew. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your time.
So, Mr CEO, I probably need a little bit of guidance in terms of adding a condition. At when's the appropriate time? Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Councillor Summerfield, were you going to?
Yeah, I'd like to move that, do we have to come out of?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that.
Thanks.
Yep, okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Before we come out of standing, or reinstate standing orders, can I ask the imposition, if that is Councillor Summerfield's will, of the requirement of the car parking space, that would also have to meet assessments under the neighbourhood character, if it's at the front of the house, is that right?
If it's purely a parking slab, then there won't be a building to assess. So what we're talking about here is purely a car parking space in the front there, and won't have a structure over it. If there's a structure involved, there would be a permit involved as well, as two permits, planning and building.
Yeah, okay.
In this case, it's an operational works approval because of the location of the driveway close to a power pole.
Okay. Yep. All right, I think we're up to needing someone to move that we reinstate standing orders. That's Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McDonald. All those in favour? Very good. So the item number 8, the recommendation, have I done something wrong? No?
No.
No. Is there before you that council
So,
approved the application? Do I
Madam
have
Chair.
a mover? Where I'm up to? And then you're going to make an amendment to the recommendation?
Shouldn't I do it before? Yeah.
I think so.
It's there before us.
I think you can. Can't you amend the
Yeah.
Okay.
Danielle's written it. It's,
So you're going to add the amendment?
yeah.
Oh, you've done that? Okay.
Add the condition.
Condition, yep.
So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so the things in yellow are the changes that have been made. So there's...
And that's now the recommendation?
Yeah, and if we go to page, in the next page, so those are the two, through you, Chair, those are the two changes in yellow that have been made
Yeah.
to the recommendation by the officers.
Yeah. So I'm happy to move that the,
Very good, thank you. We've got a mover and Councillor Summerfield and a seconder and Councillor Carol Taylor. Any reason to go into debate? No. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. And I think, just a comment from me. I think it's a good, we're talking about infill, and I think that's a really good result for Toowoomba. And Mrs. Collins, no doubt. All right, now I need someone to move that we suspend standing orders again. Well, Councillor Von Hoff, and we're all getting a bit silly now, and Councillor McMahon, all those in favour? It's carried. We move to item number 10, which is the material change of use at Grassdale Road, Grassdale. And Jeff? Sorry? Oh, I beg your pardon, you told me that. Jeff's away. Rodney's going to present today. Councillor Carl, did you have a question? Or?
Yeah, straight up front, the same question as the last one. Do we have any information available to us about who Grassdale is? Or shareholders, or... Yeah, Tipalea doesn't tell me anything.
I think most councillors are aware that Mr Charlie Mort is the principal proprietor of that.
I wasn't.
Okay.
We can't make assumptions. This is
No.
where
But I'm not sure he's the only. I'm assuming it's a company with shareholders and things.
And that's where, along Councillor Shine's comments before, was most appreciated. The relevant parties and shareholders, because it protects everyone as far as decision makers, but it's also in the interest of the public to know who those people are or involved entities are as well. So Mr Mort is, we know that now. I thank you. And do we know of any other involved parties besides this? Or a definition, or who's part of that our other entity mentioned there?
Sorry.
Councillors, the information that's been provided in the report is all that's available currently. General Manager Planning Development's also given you a name to who's a major person involved with those companies. That said, those companies, we do not have any further details with us at this point in time on any of the rest of those companies or who may not be parties to that.
So thanks, Mr Acting CEO. So can I flag that for future applications that we at least have, and the manager for DA has given some undertaking about giving us at least some breakdown, and I do appreciate that there is a...
Yeah, as stated earlier, I think Manager Planning has taken that on board and for future reference as the GM. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. We're going to kick off then. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, councillors. Just before
Microphone, Rodney. Sorry.
Sorry.
Get close
Speak
to the
into the
microphone.
microphone, please.
I couldn't see it.
Get close.
Okay. Just before we start, I'll just note that I didn't actually do the assessment of this application. It was Jeff Reid. He couldn't make it in today, so at short notice I'll be presenting. So please forgive me if the presentation isn't quite as refined as what you're used to. So basically we're looking at a recommendation in regard to a report for the application for medium impact industry for cottonseed oil processing and lysine production at 556 Grassdale Road, Grassdale, which is, as you can see on the screen there, we're right over on the western edge of the region, with Western Downs Regional Council surrounding the site to the north and a little bit over to the west. This is the site of an existing feedlot which has been more recently extended back in late 2017 or 2018 from 40,000 standard cattle units to about 70,000 standard cattle units. Quite a large property, with 5,675 hectares. So it covers a lot of area. The roads, let's see if this works, yes. So the main road into, this is within the feedlot, so there's quite a long internal road as well, but our, essentially most of the commercial traffic associated with the feedlot would head out to the north along an approved route, which essentially is all located within the Western Downs Regional Council area. There is also potential access from within the feedlot. It's going a bit weird, sorry. Down to the south, you can see that light grey track, and then let's see if I can get this a bit better, down, and then also along within the boundary to the corner of the site here. That'll become a little bit more relevant to some of the issues as we go along. So if the application is, as I said, for cotton seed oil processing and lysine production, so technically it meets the definition of medium impact industry under the planning scheme. However, the processes do quite obviously align with the current activities on the site, cattle feedlotting, and the actual plant that's proposed it's quite a sizable development in itself, which is, I think, about 11,250 square metres of gross floor area, the actual sheds and so on. And it will, as I said, be co-located with the feedlot and actually be, get this, actually be located sort of around this area here within the feedlot footprint, if you like. So they would generate an additional 20 employees, which I believe are split 10 employees over the 2 shifts per day. Okay, so Wendy, if we could, yeah, this is, whilst this is a bit hard to see, it does show you where the main part of the lysine plant will be. Excuse me. So the application was impact accessible. It was also referred by the applicant to this State Assessment Referral Agency for assessment by the Department of Transport and Main Roads. The Department of Transport and Main Roads had no requirements in relation to the application. As I said before, there is an approved route which heads out of the feedlot and to the north, which was created back when the original feedlot was constructed. It's also, just as a bit of background, there is for the existing feedlot, there is, I believe, an infrastructure agreement in place between the proponent and Western Downs Regional Council, which pertains to the ongoing management of that road, of that route at least. I believe it goes out through Grassdale Road, then Springvale Road, from memory. There was some third-party advice provided by Western Downs Regional Council as well, which Jeff has included a bit of a summary in the report around that. They did raise some concerns that there might be the additional traffic generated by the development might cause some further impacts on the road, and also create some amenity impacts for some of the residents that live near there on the route. The application was supported by an environmental management plan, a traffic impact assessment, an odour assessment and a noise impact assessment. All of these were reviewed by Luke, our Senior Environmental Officer. Some of those reports are proposed as to be approved documents in the recommended conditions. So if the application's approved, the development will need to be carried out in accordance with those documents and all the procedures that are contained therein. As I said, it was impact accessible. There were 6 submitters. Issues raised, which are outlined and discussed in the report, include impacts of noise, dust, odour, and traffic. I might just note that whilst there is an approved route for the current feedlot, the conditions actually talk about all vehicles needing to use that approved route. This approval varies from that in that we've considered additional traffic reporting information and representations from the applicant regarding the reasonableness of that particular requirement, noting that back in the first iteration of the feedlot for the 40,000 SCU, standard cattle units, which was actually approved by the court, there was no requirement for all vehicles to use the approved route. Essentially, what this is about is that there's a number of staff that reside to the south of the feedlot, and for them to actually access the northern part of the feedlot from the Cecil Plains sort of area, they would have to travel an extra, I think 26 kilometres, or 20-something kilometres per day out of their way to actually access that approved route. And that's not really reasonable for council in light of the assessment requirements in the planning scheme to actually continue that situation. This application is, whilst it's a separate application, it is obviously integral to the feedlot. They wouldn't exist it wouldn't exist without the feedlot. So if we change this requirement, we also need to think, well, how do we make that consistent with the earlier approval? The applicant has actually lodged a change application to the feedlot approval, seeking to change that condition. So that's under assessment at the moment. It's a change application, what we call a minor change, so there's no submissions, potential for submissions for that, but those sort of issues have been raised generally around traffic in the submissions in this proposal. So the traffic reporting demonstrated that with some surveys of the staff that were done and taking into account potential increase in traffic from this particular part of the site, this aspect, the medium impact industry, that there would be an additional 9, there would be 9 vehicles attributed to staff wanting to access the site via the non-approved route, so from the south. So our engineers have had a look at the standard of the roads and had a look at the traffic impact assessment and consider that with such small numbers of traffic and also considering the existing numbers of traffic on the network, that there wouldn't be any requirement for council to impose any conditions around the road network, the local road network, which are all local rural gravel roads.
You just need to speak into the microphone perhaps a little bit more closely.
Only this far from the microphone.
No, sorry, Rodney. It's just hard to hear down the back, yeah. Yeah. You're right, keep going. Keep going.
So whilst that's a little bit of detail, I just thought that is worth mentioning because it does overlap with some of the issues raised in the submissions. So it's found that the proposal meets the relevant requirements of the planning scheme and it is recommended for approval per the conditions in the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. Difficult coming in on someone else's work. I appreciate that. Well, we'll just go for questions from the councillors and see how we go. Yeah. Any questions for Rodney? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Rodney, just with the access of those 9 employees to the site, I'm very visual. Can we just bring that up and so I can have a look on the map, please, so I can understand that a little bit more?
Okay.
So is that the bottom road here that you were saying would become relevant later, down the bottom here?
Yes, that's correct. So it's going to be a little bit hard to show on here, on this particular figure. I believe there's an attachment to the report which shows the location of the submitters. I think it might be one of the last attachments, number 7, I think. Might show a little bit more of the area. No? Okay.
That's it.
It's a little bit bigger.
Is it? Oh, it just shows a bit more to the north, sorry. But that's worth having a look at if we just look at that blue line there. So essentially that is, from memory, that is the actual approved route which heads out Grassdale Road. So there's some vendors in the Western Downs Regional Council area located in where those green dots indicate. If we go to the south of the site, try and show on the map here if we just scroll up down a bit. There's an access to the local road network in that corner of the site there.
Okay.
Which they would come down diagonally to the south-east and then across to the east, basically stepping along until they meet Grassdale Road to go south to Cecil Plains.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the officer? Councillor Vonhoff?
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you for that, for stepping in at the last minute. I want to talk about flooding. So on page 20 of the report, 178 on board books, we've got a couple of overlays to consider. Environmental significance, waterways and wetlands, waterways and wetlands buffer, and then there's also a flood hazard. And I appreciate that there are different aspects to this, and some of the activities are going to be done in silos, some are going to be in sheds, some are going to be on hard stands. Can you go over with me, please, how the flood hazard in particular has been considered and satisfied and addressed? It's very flat country out there, and I want to make sure that that flood hazard overlay is neatly tied up. I've been going through the environmental management plan, and by that it looks like the main area of the natural hazards of the flooding is a little bit to the, what looks like I'd say would be the east of the application.
Okay.
Is that something, Rodney, that you would like one of the engineers to?
I can start to answer that and might need some more assistance, but I'll just begin.
Okay,
It's,
thanks.
Page 23. Page 23 of the report. which is addressing some of the concerns raised by the submitters. Sorry, page 24. Starts down the bottom. Yeah, page 24, sorry about that. So there's a comment here, the site is mapped as partially within the flood hazard area. Level 1 Queensland Floodplain Assessment Overlay, state mapping. The issue was specifically addressed in the Environmental Management Plan, stating that the portion of the site affected by the overlay has a 1% annual exceedance probability, essentially 1 in 100 flood, and identifies the proposed development site, including the feedlot, are not located within the affected portion of the site. Alternate access routes in the event of an emergency evacuation are available to the north and south of the development site. So it was considered that it complied with the corresponding performance outcome.
Okay, thanks. Is there
there
anybody else?
The engineers making a comment? Any further comment there?
No.
Okay. Was that answering your question, Councillor Von Hoff?
I think so. I I want to be confident that those areas where there's hard stands, and I can't find the page now, but they talk about the sumps and the ring tanks for overland flow. All of this has been taken into account. I just want to make sure that in a heavy rain event, the materials on a hard stand aren't going to wash to neighbouring properties, and we're not going to have any issues with that.
I think a lot of that material was covered in the various feedlot approvals, because they all have looked at the flooding of that site and protecting vulnerable areas, ensuring that the waters are directed in the right directions.
And I read in here that it hasn't triggered a further assessment of the feedlot, that it's all contained within that.
Well, this is an additional use to the feedlot. Yeah, it's a separate use which is defined in...
Yeah, I believe because it sat outside of that part of the flood overlay.
Mm-hmm.
So it was assessed against the overlay code, but there weren't any specific requirements because of the infrastructure was outside of the 1% AEP.
Thanks.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you to Rodney. Thanks again for stepping in, Rodney. I just wanted to touch on, it's probably a question for Luke, I'd imagine, page 369 in regard to the vibration, odour, dust and other emissions and the draft conditions that have been put in the approval, or the proposed approval, and then following up also the general health and the conditions that have been put into there. And I guess it's a question for you, Luke, as to how strong those conditions are, and then if the applicant is speaking, perhaps they could address the same issue. Thanks, Luke.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. I'm very confident that the conditions that we're going to impose over this particular plan are strong and defendable. In terms of noise, we received a comprehensive noise impact assessment that I assessed and checked off, as usual, the noise sources, that their location on site was relative, that the sound power levels associated with those were relative, the receptors that were included were the correct locations, and that the propagation of noise towards those receptors was below an acceptable limit. In this case, the applicant provided background noise monitoring, and the levels that were modelled were going to be significantly below the background levels as they pertain to the receptor locations. In terms of odour, we didn't receive an odour model. What we received was a qualitative assessment describing the types of odour that could occur on the site, as well as additional information about the processing that occurred on that particular site for these products, the various streams that we've got, the cottonseed mill, the lysine, the pelletisation plant, etc., etc. Those have been detailed through some various further advices that have been included within the site environmental management plan, which we've endorsed. So those documents end up becoming part of something that council could refer back to if there ever was an issue relating to compliance. In terms of odour, my personal opinion was the strongest odour source could be anhydrous ammonia, which ammonia does have quite a strong smell. The applicant provided sufficient information for myself to adjudicate that odour from that particular stream in the limited quantities that they're proposing to use on this particular site wasn't going to cause an odour nuisance towards the receptors. And again, for odour, we're considering the odour from the activities that are occurring as part of this application. We have to check in some instances whether or not it would double up on odour from a different stream. So for example, where we have a cattle farm and they're proposing to extend that, you've got cattle plus cattle. That is when we can cumulatively add odour sources. This is a completely different odour source. Ammonia, everyone knows what ammonia smells like. Cottonseed meal will smell a bit woody. So they're very, very distinguishable. I also consulted with one of Council's chemical engineers about the higher fermentation process proposed by the applicant, and that person also confirmed with me that this odour should dissipate quite quickly. And when we've got a minimum distance of 5 kilometres to the nearest receptor, that is more than sufficient difference for this not to have an odour impact. That said, we've imposed reasonable relevant conditions. We've also got a document that talks about if, and from my personal opinion, it should be very, very low priority, there are additional measures that could be imposed if a complaint was, and an investigation determined that this was a problem. There are measures that could be installed if there was a problem. I don't believe there will be, though.
Thanks, Luke.
Thank you. Councillor Shine.
Just on that topic, you said the nearest receptor was 5 kilometres away. Is that, where is it in relation to the...
That is the south-eastern receptor.
Yeah. Where is it in relation to the submitters?
Is it the big button? Sorry.
Applicant.
This has a bit of lag to it, so I apologise. I'm trying to get it to go down. Towards this area here is the closest receptor. There are receptors obviously up in this direction here, but the dot there is the location of the lysine plant. The lysine and the feed pelletisation plant is going between an existing feed mill, which is slightly to the north, and then the cattle feedlots, which are those areas where the mouse pointer is currently sighting. That is the actual feedlot itself, where all the cattle are housed. So it's smack bang in the middle.
So the 5 kilometre receptor, can you indicate where that is again, please?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Approximately here.
So quite near the submitter there.
Yes.
While you're there, can you indicate the border of the region?
That'll be the black line.
Okay, thank you.
On that far edge, and goodness me, I'm pointing at you now, councillor, but there we go, our map's working. That line there is our boundary.
It goes to your right, that black line over to your right is...
Yes, extends north-south, and then, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Partly sort of east-west.
Any further questions? Councillor McMahon?
Oh, thanks, Chair. Don't go anywhere while you're there. I just wanted to ask, so lysine is made with the otherwise current waste product. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
It will require its own set of ingredients, which there was good detail provided within the planning application to get an understanding of what inputs are going to be required as part of this process, and then to understand the storage requirements, where the processing comes in. Again, there's 3 product streams that are happening that I'm sure the applicant, given the chance, would like to come up and have a chat to about as well. But when we look at pelletisation of a feedstock and corn seed oil extraction, and then the third one being the lysine plant. So everyone has its own little section. All of that, referring to a question raised by Councillor Vonhoff before, all of that area is within an area that drains towards the effluent holding pond. And that effluent holding pond was sized basically because this whole plant is included in the middle of the area where all this goes to. There's no additional runoff or issues that are required from a stormwater problem.
My question was around when we dehull the current cotton seeds and they're in a composting facility at present, and you said it's a woody kind of smell. Is that what I heard you say
Yes.
before? So it's not, is it a pleasant or is it annoying? Like, I don't know what it's...
Odour is a little bit subjective. The only thing that I can describe it as is a woody odour. Wood smells different to other people. It's a combination. Odour impact is a combination of what's the intensity and what's the offensiveness of it.
Yeah.
So obviously, a large cattle station with an effluent holding pond, that's going to be quite offensive as a description, whereas wood, it's relatively pleasant. I find the smell of wood and wood chips and wood dust quite pleasant. The point being is that we've got a clarification that we can then go to site and differentiate the difference between the odour from a lysine plant, which will have one particular type of smell, very different chemicals associated with, and that's the problem with odour modelling. You can't double up when the odour characteristics are different because they disperse different and then they lose their intensity different. We can all walk closer and further away from different types of odours, and sometimes you can smell them further away. That's specific to that odour.
Thanks.
No problem.
Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Just to you, Rodney. Just want to double check that there'll be no extra heavy vehicle. There won't be any extra heavy vehicle traffic out of this project?
I believe there will be some extra heavy vehicles that were identified in the traffic report.
Yes, I couldn't remember, I'm sorry.
I do have that highlighted here.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay. So there's a little bit of discussion there in relation to the third-party advice from Western Downs Regional Council on page 22. And so there's a statement included here that the TIA, which is the Traffic Impact Assessment, identifies this proposal will potentially add 66 vehicle movements per day to the approved haul route of Grassdale Road, Springvale Road and Dalby Cecil Plains Road. The additional vehicle movements comprise 18 heavy vehicle movements and 48 light vehicle movements. My understanding too is that because of the co-location and the synergies involved in this plant with the feedlot, because obviously it gets a lot of raw material from the feedlot. So, yeah, you probably... well, there's the numbers there, but you might think medium impact industry, large traffic generation, really it's not adding a significant amount extra to what's already coming and going.
Okay.
That helps.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the officer? Okay, thank you so much, Rodney. I'm going to break protocol here. We have 3 people who have guaranteed me they are only going to go for 5 minutes in total. So Celia Karp, Doug Brown and Russell Benny are all submitters. And...
Sorry, Madam Chair, what were those names again?
Celia Karp. Celia must be in the middle. Celia, will? You might introduce yourself, guys, as you come up. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm Russell Benny. I'm a submitter, and I actually live. Rodney didn't point out the proper location. It's to the southeast. He missed on the map. It's not the only problem that you've heard today so far. In 2017, I had to attend a meeting where lies were told and approvals were met based on lies, which had to be uncovered through a freedom of FOI, which happened after the approval process was over. And that had to do with there being no confirmed odour impacts or odour reports. Now, as far as the contention that Rodney has said about the traffic rerouting being a minor issue and there being no previous statements in the court order that was on the original Grassdale feedlot, that court order was appeal number 2008 and 2005. I know it very well, and that's another lie you've been told, I can promise you. So, I know there's a lot of councillors here from town and that puts me at a disadvantage. So I'd just like to quickly try to describe odour to you, such as we've been tolerating. You've seen my submission, there's 30 odd odour logs. So the odour from the feedlot isn't always the same. Hands up, all of you who have been in a town like Dalby and had a cattle truck drive past the main street while you're walking down the street.
So,
Okay.
Russell,
Anyone
are you
here?
going to be talking about the application that's on hand rather than the odour from the feedlot, I guess, is what?
Well, that was what my application was about, my submission was about. Part of the submission was that the feedlot has never been compliant with odour or dust since it was expanded in 2017. Now, that's obviously DAF's issue, but the issue as well with council is the traffic. We've had traffic go past our properties. We are bordering to the east and to the south all the time, non-stop. I have complained to council for the last 7 years, no result. The council investigation team doesn't even respond to my queries anymore, and the traffic keeps rolling. What we also see is dangerous conduct, like employees going through floodwaters to get to and from work. Of such, Dad's had to attempt to rescue Morton Co employees in the past, and Doug's just been on the news for rescuing people. And look, we're sick of doing the heavy lifting. This development's in the wrong place, and it is very, very dangerous to employees. Councillor Von Hoff asked a question about runoff, and little did she know that's a very important question, because during the last rain event, there is substantial evidence that the effluent ponds are not substantial enough to hang on to the effluent that's there now. Now, that's going to be turned up very shortly, but I suggest that council do not approve this until that is confirmed, and I will need some time to work with the landholder to confirm that. Now, if traffic is the big concern, you have to understand that our roads, we're local gravel roads, all through these areas, they get graded once every 20 months by your council, which is shockingly poor service. And when you're talking about koalas getting knocked out of trees, well, when your graders turn up, they've got to knock trees 8 foot high out of the gutters because that's how much they grow in the time that your crews come around to service our roads. And now they're talking about putting 10 vehicles a day on the roads that don't get graded now. Well, that's just appalling. Anyway, I'll pass on.
Good on you. Okay, thanks, Russell. That's good. Celia?
My name is Celia Karp and I live on Springvale Road. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, Lady Chair and councillors. Yeah, I know, you've got to have it a bit lower. I want to talk about dot point forms and I'm going to look at notes because I don't want to miss anything. Now, the impacts are considerable and traffic is the major impact. It's already significant along Springvale Road. They are mainly A-B double we're talking about, plus employee utilities and other vehicles. Now, any further approvals will increase these impacts of this development application, and the planner has forgotten to mention that this will be a 24-hour period activity, day and night. There's going to be 2 shifts. One will end about 11, which means there will be traffic on perhaps going until midnight, and the other shift, I believe, starts about 3. Now, those vehicles may start entering Springvale, Grassdale, about 2 in the morning. So it means, at best, we may have a 3-hour interval without any traffic movements. That is totally unacceptable. Springvale Road is not built for this volume and type of heavy vehicle traffic. Recent localised flooding has highlighted this. There are many inverts along Springvale Road and they were already flooded recently, which meant these trucks are constantly braking and accelerating every time they meet this water. I want to stress we have rights. We mightn't be many people, but I want to stress those rights under the Environmental Protection Act of '94. For example, community amenity. Within reason, these values must be prevented or minimised. Approving this development application will not achieve that with traffic movements over a 24-hour period. Community amenity is also addressed under the environmental plan that was developed for the Morton Co feedlot. Community amenity means just that. These words carry weight and mean something, are there to protect our rights. Constant traffic movements is a contradiction of amenity, meaning we are entitled to live a pleasant environment. Then there is a cumulative impact of coal seam gas activity on all those traffic movements. The time has come for Morton Co to build a purpose-built road using the road reserve from Dalby Cecil Plains Road in a straight line to the entrance of the feedlot. We along Springvale Road strongly object to Grassdale Feedlot using a road in another local authority, meaning Western Downs, to access a business in the Toowoomba Council regional area without Toowoomba Regional Council suffering the impacts and costs, including us. I'm asking councillors to travel this road and see for themselves exactly what this road is like, particularly the eastern approaches to the Condamine River Bridge. It is appalling. In the meantime, we're asking all of us for Toowoomba Regional Council to defer this application for further consideration. I thank you all for listening.
Well done, Celia. Thank you. And this must be Doug, I would presume.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Paul Antonio, the Mayor and councillors. I have hard copies of what I'm going to speak about, if you would like them sent around so they can follow what I say.
No, you're right. Just lift the microphone up a bit, Doug. Yeah.
I, Doug Brown, being the owner of Springvale and Lachlan Park, 1879 original titles, which covered the whole area up beside Grassdale Feedlot years ago. With 75 years of living here, plus 2 generations before me and one after me, I consider that I know the area, including Springvale Road, Springvale Bridge, Condamine River, better than most so-called experts. These experts would not even know that I have gone over the Grassdale Road intersection from Springvale Road, which is 4K, 3.5 to 4K from the river, in a dinghy with an outboard going. Now, they don't have this history. I have the lot. I am considering paying experts to refute Maud's submission on their findings of the details of Springvale Road intersections and especially the Condamine River Bridge crossing. Morts now, at this moment, are paying $100,000 a year for the upkeep of Springvale Road by the local WDRC, Western Downs Regional Council. And that river crossing, that floods, as safety goes, there is no vision whatsoever of oncoming traffic on that bridge. I had a lot of trouble in the early days. I was a councillor in that Wombo Shire, the Wombo Shire before the Western Downs Regional Shire. And I witnessed a rollover on that bridge by a truckie who had been driving normal tankers, not double-decker cattle crates. It was a B-double. They killed about 17 head of cattle. They took the rest of the cattle up to my yards to load them. There's a lot more to this story than the council is actually getting here, a hell of a lot more. Now, road trains and AB triples cannot turn the corner on Grassdale Springvale Road. That's where I said I went over in a boat. Without crossing to the wrong side of the road. I've got photos, we have got heaps and heaps of photos of this water going over the road, trucks going over the culverts trying to turn the corner. If there is 2 road trains together, usually AB triples, and there's another member here and myself, we have these type of units. So we're very familiar with them. Over the years, I've rescued many vehicles and people from the Springvale River Bridge crossing. The most recent one was on the news. You might have heard about a girl running into the floodwaters. Now, in case people don't know, the flood in the river is at a certain level. The flood outside the river in the secondary and third river channels is always faster, always lower. It's an escape route for the main flood. Now, I have got some brilliant photos of that rescue that was done afterwards, not at the time, it was done afterwards. It was a very risky rescue. I am in the fire and rescue team out there. I have been there all my life doing it. I'm very passionate about this.
Right, Doug. Doug, was there, so you're worried about the flooding. Is there any other points that you wanted to bring up?
I've witnessed that B-double rollover. I was behind it. I have got videos and photos of that and another rollover. This is just, well, I've got written here, councillors, how this ever got approved in the first place is beyond me. Now, at the time, I couldn't vote. Every other councillor in that Wombo Shire was at least 80k away. They don't know.
So,
Now-
I don't mean to be rude to you, but I feel like I've given you guys a pretty fair go. Was there another points that you wanted to...
This is a big story, a lot more than you're receiving. And some of the evidence I've seen from these Morton Co, and I know Charlie Morton, like I've known him for years. They just do not know the real situation there. And we live with this noise, odour and traffic all the time. And yet, as far as I know, Charlie Mort doesn't pay rates in our shire. How this got approved in the first place, it's just beyond me. Thank you.
Good on you. Thank you very much, Doug. Now, is there any questions for the submitters? No. Councillor Von Hoff has got a question.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Russell, can you just, I know that you were being brief because you only had a certain amount of time, but the rain event and the effluent ponds, can you elaborate on the incident or what you were referring to, please?
Certainly. Now, the last rain event we had was a combination of multiple small rain events, none totalling much more than 50 mil, for a grand total of around about 180 mil. So you wouldn't call it a big rain event and you wouldn't call it a major rain event. Regardless of that, I was contacted by a nearby landholder downstream of the feedlot and asked to have a look. I looked and traced a slick, as best can be described, back to the effluent ponds, all through his property. Now, we're still looking into it, and we're going to need some time to get the right people in place to confirm it is what it looks like. But the effluent ponds actually change colour. So that much water ran into the first effluent pond that went from its usual colour to a very different light colour. And typically what happens with the effluent ponds in the past is when they do get a sudden downpour of cold water, they get a turnover event. So the effluent ponds get the cold water, go into the bottom, and all the hot, warm stuff comes to the top. And I've suffered a lot of odour issues with that over the past, but if you get too much water, she's away.
Councillor Carroll?
Thank you to Russell too. Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there any? I'm not aware. I can't remember. Are there any bunds around the effluent ponds?
Yeah, you have to, well, they've all been designed to hold this supposedly, so there are walls, and it's a dam wall as such. They've got further bunds. There's a car development that's in contentious too, in terms of trapping water and removing water and pushing water around the property. That's another issue that Melissa's well aware of, Councillor Taylor, other one. So yeah, there's a few things at play here as well, so we need expert advice to go much further.
Might be something you might want to ask the planner, Councillor Taylor, when he comes. Okay, Councillor McDonald.
Question, thank you. Through probably perhaps to, I don't mind actually, probably whoever wants to answer this one, I guess. We're today assessing a material change of use for a particular purpose, and the discussions that we've had, one may be under a review, going through a legal process, and the other around traffic, and the traffic one is probably the one that's relevant here today for us to decide on. And so we're talking about, and I think it was Celia, I think it was you that spoke most passionately about the traffic. You mentioned that it's a 24-hour operation, and I just wanted clarification on that because the report that I've got before me says 4 a.m. to 11 p.m, 7 days a week. So I just wondered whether you're aware of that or maybe you know more than what we know.
As I understand it, there's going to be 2 shifts. Now, the planner should be informing you, not me. I mean, do you know how many documents I had to go through just to arrive at this submission I've made? And I hope you all read it, because I did try and address every issue. But as I understand it, one shift ends at 11 p.m. at night, and the next shift starts at 3 a.m. Stand me if I need to be corrected. Now, so roughly, the residents in that vicinity along Springvale Road will roughly have a 3-hour, if you like, interval without potentially any traffic movements. But if somebody leaves work late, that could go until midnight. And if someone wants to start early, they may come through starting roughly from 2 a.m. Now, there are some residents that live very close to Springvale Road. I mean really, really close. And the noise at hour of the day, or hour of the night, I should say, is going to be significant because in the stillness of the night, those sounds of the heavy vehicles will be amplified. Now, we all know a lot of people wake up at 3. It's that time of night, the circadian rhythm, I believe, and they find it really difficult to get back to sleep. Now, if that sleep pattern is interrupted, what sort of life are they going to have? This is going to be a constant 24-hour, 365 days of the year. Can I ask, would any of you like to swap places and live along Springvale Road?
Thanks, Celia.
Now, it's very well for the planners to gloss over the traffic movements. You heard, 60 extra.
Thanks, Celia.
No,
We
thank
might
you.
get
I
that
appreciate
question answered by
that, but we may get our planners.
I'm asking it for it to be deferred. And also, this route, it does not have a flood-free access.
Okay,
We've been trapped in there for nearly 2 weeks.
Madam Chair, through you, I might
Yeah.
get an answer from the planners in regard to that timing.
The timing, yeah.
And maybe adjunct to that is what's different to what's currently being implemented on the site.
Rodney, are you able to answer that? Or perhaps we can get the planners to answer that.
Councillor. I'll do my best to answer the question. As I said, I didn't specifically assess the application, however, and Luke might need to step in here as well, and potentially we may need some confirmation from the proponent about the existing feedlot hours. However, we do have in the recommendation, it talks about, sorry, I'll just see if I can find it. If we go to page 11, we have some recommended conditions about hours of operation. So general hours of operation are to be restricted to between 4 a.m. and 11 p.m. Monday to Sunday. But with regard to traffic movements, condition number 52, traffic movements for the purposes of carrying construction materials, supplies, goods, waste and product associated with the construction and operation of the medium impact industry. So that's construction and operation, so throughout the life. For the cottonseed oil processing and lysine production, which is what we're looking at today, we're not looking at the feedlot, must only occur between the hours of 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Sunday. So that would if this recommendation is carried forward, they would be the conditions on the hours of operation. So the proponent may, Luke might need to discuss any potential conflicts with what was proposed and what ended up in the conditions. Yeah, but that's my reading of it so far anyway.
Thanks, Rodney. Whether Luke, Madam Chair, might want to just confirm the 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days.
That was the condition that I recommended to the planner, and the planner, Jeff Reid, did include that in the condition set, including the condition that limited traffic movement from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. as was written up there. In terms of compliance with noise limits, the noise limits are based around a day, evening and nighttime period. That period being day 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. is evening, and round the clock, 10 p.m. back around to 7 a.m. in the morning is considered night. We've provided this limitation on the use for the proposed pelletisation plant, cottonseed and lysine component of this operational site to those hours. The noise report indicated that it could run 24 hours a day and still be below the limits that we were assessing. But we've imposed those conditions to limit the operation based on the information that came through, the information that was submitted with the application.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Maybe the submitters might be able to answer what the current operations are compared to that as well. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I understand we're only looking at this application, but I'd still like perhaps Luke to comment on the appropriate bunding that's around the whole site. I am concerned about water escaping from the site, and we have got La Nina here, and I take it, probably 7 out of 10 years will be dry, but I think it's important that what's on this site stays on this site, and this business will just exacerbate it.
Luke, were you able to make a comment about the bunding around the effluent ponds? That's the question you're asking, is it?
I guess, Madam Chair, it's not just the effluent ponds. It's as this adds to, we say there's not a lot of hard stands, a lot of roof and stuff, a certain amount of it there that's going to add to what is already there. And I'm wondering how the whole site, it shouldn't cause any worsening effect from this site to the neighbours, the road, our road, as well as Western Downs' road. And, I'm just looking for it's all right to throw your hands in the air and say, we're not looking at that, but I think it is part of the whole picture if we're trying to extend the use of a site.
Thank you, councillors. Chair, could we please have a picture of the site back up? I'm going to try and use the pointer again. We'll see how I go. The information that was provided in the site-based management plan in discussing that the lysine plant facility would drain to an effluent pond was referring to the effluent pond where the mouse pointer is currently lying, which is the one to the northeast of the corner of the cattle feed yards. There are other ponds on site which aren't within the catchment of the area that we assessed, and therefore they were not considered to be an issue. We're only assessing an increase into what water may or may not travel into that pond. That area itself provided a certain amount of hard stand. That hard stand was already incorporated into the sizing of that. That pond itself also has a condition within the DAF ERA approval. The activities that are occurring in there are deemed suitable to be able to flow into that pond as well. So that was the basis for my recommendation, and so I heard footsteps behind me just then.
Thank you, Luke.
Before,
I appreciate that, but a question, I suppose, that conditions that we put on previous applications, if they don't appear to be working, then who monitors that, and who addresses it with the owner? Who is that? Us, or is that? Say we gave an extension, and there's been a lot of extensions in feedlots recently, and it's wonderful to see, the cattle prices going up and everything else. But at the end of the day, other people shouldn't have to pay for that. What I'm saying is, who carries the responsibility for monitoring the conditions we put on? Otherwise, would there be any reason to put conditions on at all if somebody's not monitoring what's happening there and responding to complaints that come in I'm not saying they aren't working. All I'm saying is, should they not work, who monitors the complaints that come in, and how do we address those?
In this instance, that pond is conditioned by DAF as part of the feedlot, because that feedlot and feed mill have a requirement to manage their water quality. The applicant is proposing to put water from this development, the component between the feed mill and the livestock into that same pond. They've indicated that there is suitable quality for the pond that I pointed out just before, and we've based our assessment on that. In terms of water quality parameters, et cetera, or lease limits, that's a compliance issue relating to their environmental authority, and DAF would be responsible for that.
And so, look, I'm sorry, and maybe I've framed it incorrectly. I'm not talking about water quality, I'm talking about is it captured and is it bunded appropriately?
That one there, I don't have an answer for you. In terms of the dam construction, are you talking about the dam construction properties?
Yeah, I am. I'm talking about a wet season and we're putting effluent and this water from this is going into that pond. Are we confident that it's bunded correctly and in an excessive wet season that it's not going to escape and run somewhere?
When that,
Because I need to be reassured
Sure,
about that.
sure. From my opinion, when that pond would have been assessed as part of the original feed mill, that would have been a requirement. That dam itself is a referable dam because it contains a certain volume of liquid, which also includes contaminants which should have a particular release quality before it is released. That makes it a notifiable dam. That would have been incorporated into the ERA for the feedstock, and therefore it should be meeting it.
So thank you, Luke, and I appreciate that. But I mean, this new enterprise is going to go into that same dam. So are we going to reassess that, or is DAF going to reassess that with the extra runoff from whatever
We
is produced
might
here?
have a bit of additional
Thank you.
information here for you, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. Basically, those bunds and dams are designed by the applicant. We sort of leave it up to their engineer to figure it out and do it. And their own proposal is that those bunds will hold a 1 in 10 year storm event. So
1 in 10.
1 in 10, so, which is pretty good.
So are there any further questions?
Yes.
Keep going.
I was just going to say.
One in 10. We think that's really good.
Generally, my understanding is.
Councillor, that would typically meet the Australian beef cattle industry guideline that DAF accepts.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Luke, I'm just wondering, going back to the hours and the time and the noise levels.
Yes.
You guys will be glad when this day's over, won't you? Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm here to answer your questions.
Thank you. So the noise levels, is there something there that monitors the
No.
decibels or whatever it is they
No.
are?
What I was looking for in this plan was a very, very clear description of the type of equipment that was being used, and associated with that and the location within the footprint that they are being proposed to be built, that those activities were assigned a certain sound power level, which is your decibels. And so I'm looking at the noise model and the inputs into that noise model and going, are they conservative? Meaning, I'm not expecting that a crusher, for example, in a noise model is going to be 60 decibels, it should be closer to 100. So when I look at that, and having done noise modelling as a consultant previously, I understand how these models work. I've done it previously. I'm looking at those inputs, and then I'm looking at the duration of those activities within the model, the location of the receptors. So from my point of view, the noise of the plant within the existing feedlot itself, that's what I'm assessing.
Okay.
I'm assessing everything that's basically centred right in the middle of that image that you can see right there.
So that's all the noise they're capable of making, is basically
Yes.
what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the traffic impact assessment, what page is this? It's 371 of board books. To the points that have been raised by the submitters just now, this report says that the intersection analysis determined the Grassdale Road, Springvale Road intersection and the Springvale Road, Dolby Cecil Plains Road intersection will continue to operate within accepted performance thresholds without the need for upgrading. And then the Department of Main Roads also said the proposed development did not generate the need for upgrades to the intersection of Springvale Road and Dolby Cecil Plains Road. And my question is, given what Mr. Karp just said about the grading rate on those roads, would the TIA has been assessed and within the current standards to be found to be acceptable, would the added traffic though trigger increased grading? The TIA doesn't mean that there's got to be an upgrade to the road according to this, but will it trigger increased grading rates or something along that line?
I might get Mr. Brady.
Maintenance,
to
Councillor Taylor
answer
is
that,
telling me
perhaps.
is the correct word.
The engineers, yep.
I think Mr. Brady's acting CEO.
Okay, well, he can't, all right.
I'll see what they say.
See what they say. Adam.
I'll see if they've learned.
Good evening, councillors. I think what we're talking about here is actually two separate issues. So the DTMR recommendations and the traffic report for that part is for sealed roads and to the north of the development, whereas the grading frequency is for the gravel roads, which is to the south of the development. So,
See how you go. You might have a bit more luck than everyone else. Oh, look at him.
So the grading frequency, I would assume, would be for Plessy Yerds and Grassdale. Yep, so the heavy vehicles, oh, come on, will be predominantly heading north and out the Shire that way. So currently, through some of the complaints, I think we're talking about trucks are also maybe using gravel roads. Although the conditions of the MCUs, etc., direct them to the north. What's subject to this assessment is the staff heading down through here, out the site here, and then heading south to Cecil Plains. Staff, yes, yep. Was it 9 or 10? Over here somewhere. In the survey, yep, correct. With regards to the heavy vehicles, the question earlier about, I guess, just to put it in a little bit of context, that the feedlot itself, according to our traffic report, generates 82 heavy vehicle movements a day. So that has been conditioned to head to the north. And then this development has proposed an additional 18 to bring it to a total of 100. So they're all still going to head to the north, well, conditioned to head to the north. Staff, majority, by the sounds of it, will go to the north, with potential for 9 to come down to the south. Now, grading frequency tends to be an operational matter that, we should be doing regular assessments of the road if we get complaints, etc. as well. So they should be doing regular, routine inspections of that.
Is there a maintenance, infrastructure maintenance agreement on the maintenance of the road?
I don't believe there is one with this council. There is one with Western Downs. Yes, yep. So increased use, in theory, should lead to increased grading frequency, because the roads will deteriorate quicker and
So that's a yes, in theory.
Yep. We do have an expert here, but I think, is he happy with
Did you want to make a comment, Mr Brady?
Concur with what Adam was saying about what's happening with this development, and I think you've got to look at the volumes in the scale of the extra vehicles compared to what's already being used is not necessarily that much more, particularly with if it's just light vehicles going to the south. In essence, when we, as Adam pointed out, the inspectors are out there. We look at each of the roads across the network. There's a lot of needs basis requirements go into when we actually maintain a gravel road. So the level of service that we provide and what we can afford to provide. And then on top of only not just vehicle numbers and stuff is weather. So the weather plays a huge part into as and when we get around to grading different roads, and across the region, our large region, we can get different impacts at different times. So there's a number of factors that are taken into account as regards to grading frequency.
Councillor Taylor.
We do, some of our roads are to the north, aren't they? Or is that all Western Downs to the north?
It's all Western Downs.
Okay. So the only roads that they...
Possible to scroll. So
Yeah, I can see the black, I know.
the black line,
Yeah. I can see it, Adam, it's all right.
yeah, so it's a bit hard to tell exactly where the road reserve is, and there's no evidence or no obvious evidence of where the road starts and the driveway starts. But yeah, pretty well all the roads are in Western Downs. Except for the gravel.
Any further questions? Okay, councillors, thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. Andrew Bullen is here from the applicants from Precinct Planning. I think you can probably ascertain what the issues are with the traffic, the effluent, hours of operation.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And yeah, I'll try and cut to the chase on some of those things. Clearly, the submitters' concerns are heartfelt, so we understand that. But there's probably a few things I can answer. Probably the easiest question, Councillor Cahill, it is Morton Co. for the applicant. We've probably worked that out by now, but yeah.
Madam Chair, I'm glad you asked that,
Yeah.
Andrew, because I was going to actually fire a question to you. The owners or the people involved in Tipolea, my just recent search names are Mr. Kevin Blinko, Michael Buster, Charlie Mort, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's also associated with eight or nine subsidiaries. They're listed as real estate developers and land developers.
I couldn't comment on it. Haven't done
That's the sort of stuff that, yeah, that's the sort of stuff we probably need to know. Given Toowoomba's a small town and relationships, and we just need to be sure that
Maybe we can have a
there's
chat
no
about
conflicts.
that. And what we want to do is our process. But thanks, Councillor Carr. We'll keep going, yeah.
No problem. We have got here today Stephen O'Brien, the CEO of Morton Co, Michael Matthewson, the manager of projects, and Adam Watling from RMA, or Watt King, I should say, who is a traffic engineer. So I'll try and cover what I can, but if there's any specific things that they might want to chime in, if that's okay. So I guess the first thing I'll say really quickly is that the proposal generally, particularly the lysine side and the cotton oil processing, is really quite a significant value add to the feedlot at the moment. So it expands what that use is about and allows the company out there to produce lysine in particular, which at the moment isn't produced in Australia and is largely imported from China. I understand this plant, so in that regard, it's a significant economic value add for the region. And I understand with this plant that it will produce or meet 70% or up to 70% of Australia's need for that material. So it is quite a significant thing for the region that's worth mentioning. In terms of some of the traffic issues, again, if we get too detailed, I'll defer to the traffic engineer. But in broad terms, there's that roughly, as Adam has said before, there's roughly that 18 heavy vehicles and the balance are light vehicles. The traffic impact assessment is about assessing existing and additional movements in terms of safety, efficiency and capacity of the road network, and that has clearly concluded, as have Main Roads, that is well within all of those parameters. Probably make a comment too about light vehicle movements. It would be fairly unprecedented. I'm certainly not aware of an example where, with a planning application, a council would seek to, well, I certainly haven't come across it, let's put it that way, that a council would seek to limit where light vehicles go. Generally, with any use, light vehicles have got the freedom of the network, if you like, but heavy vehicles is a legitimate concern, and that's why it is quite legitimate for council to regulate where heavy vehicle movements go, and there's a designated haul route and that sort of thing. One of the practicalities with this use is if light vehicles in particular are made to go along a designated haulage route, that the staff or some of the staff accessing the facility, staff retention is obviously a difficult issue that Moore & Co have to deal with in a facility like this because of where it is with the current feedlot, and it would essentially add 20 plus kilometres each way for some of the staff in that facility if they can't have the freedom of the network, which every other sort of use generally would. The stormwater issues, I think there's two issues there, and again, I might call on the experts if we need to, but essentially there's a controlled drainage area which deals with stormwater from certain areas in the actual facility, and then there's another set of infrastructure or ponds on the site that deal with the effluent. My understanding of how those systems work is that there probably isn't a feedlot or a use like this in the country that would accommodate every storm event. There is some redundancy built into the system where certain events, there's often a network or a system of ponds, and they are intended to overflow into the next set of ponds at certain storm events or rain events. So when you get a major event, there are then, what DAF will generally do is put a series of protocols around what has to happen in that event, and that can be everything from notifying affected parties, it can be some monitoring procedures and some other remedial actions, but it's not unusual. We've just finished another big feedlot out in Western Downs, and the same system was used there where a series of ponds capture the effluent, but at certain sort of rain events they will essentially overflow into a more downstream system of lagoons or whatever. The other probably very quick point I'll make deals with the issue of compliance. I think while the submitters have clearly got some concerns with how the existing facility operates, I'll probably just reiterate to council, we are just assessing the lysine plant and the cottonseed processing. I understand Councillor Taylor's point there that sometimes it's hard to distinguish the two, and they operate together or will operate together subject to this proposal being approved, but essentially we're only applying for that addition. When you get issues that go into alleged non-compliance with conditions and those sort of matters, it's really an issue then. That's essentially why council have the legal power to impose conditions, and the sort of things that Luke has gone through today on some of the environmental things dealing with noise and odour and all those sorts of things are so that council has a basis, should there be a problem and should the standards aren't met, to then, and they've got quite a range of far-reaching powers under legislation for compliance. So I would probably suggest respectfully that some of the issues raised today may be to do with matters of compliance, but they're clearly to do with what's on the land at the moment rather than what we're applying for now. I'm not sure if that's answered all the questions, but I'm just trying to be brief, but I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Yeah, we can have some questions. Councillor Shane? Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Andrew. I'm just wondering, do you have any estimate, reliable estimate of the economic value of this new venture to the region. There's jobs, but what dollar amount will be involved here in this process?
Good question, Councillor. Clearly, 20 full-time jobs at the front end in terms of, that's not in construction, that's in the operation. There'll obviously be some contributions there with the construction of the facility and maintenance, all those sorts of things. I probably couldn't put a dollar value on the lysine thing, other than it is something that is imported largely fully at the moment. And I think it's quite significant that, probably not just because of COVID, but because of Australia wanting to get more reliant on, or self-reliant, and rural industries generally, we're finding, whether they be feedlots or other types of rural industries, are really trying to value add to the end product, not unlike some mining and things like that. But I wouldn't have a dollar figure on that.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew, can you able to tell me what you know, and it is important, about what is lysine, how do we make it, and what it's used for? Is that anything you have expertise in?
I could probably read a section out of the reports, what it is. It's essentially a stock feed. So as I understand it, and I'll probably get myself in trouble here, but it's basically, the plant we're looking at allows cottonseed meats and hulls to be processed into value-added products. So lysine is, a lot of the components for that are, as I said, previously imported. But essentially it's all stock feed, and the idea really is a large proportion of that will be used in the feedlot itself, but it's also a commercial operation.
Yeah, so that's where I was going with, the smell thing before, because as you said, we've got a feedlot full of cows, they stink, they have issues, and what we need to assess is, will this today add any impact, detriment to what's already there? And so, that was my question regarding the smell, but when this lysine is used on site, as well as commercially sold, how many more trucks, your opinion, how much, what quantities are we shipping here, and how does that work?
No, so certainly the traffic movements as quoted today are accurate in terms of both light vehicles and heavy vehicles, and that's had regard to the production process, employees, materials coming to and from, and product leaving the site. So that's all been reverse engineered, if you like, to be accurate.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Andrew, or you may have to refer to some of your colleagues you mentioned earlier that were here. The hours of operation that are conditioned in this application, comparative to what the current operations are of Grassdale.
I might have to call, I understand those hours are consistent with the current hours. Is that right, Michael? Pretty close. Yeah.
Is that pretty close, within 3 hours? So we've said 4 a.m. till 11, 7 days a week, but then the other operations of the heavy vehicles is 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Would you mind jumping up and grabbing a microphone, please? Councillor, yeah, thanks. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thanks for the opportunity. Look, in terms of hours operation, the current operation is within those similar hours. We've also got curfews on our trucks, heavy vehicle movements and so forth currently. Now, you've got to excuse me a little bit. I'm actually from our head office and have only been with the business 5 months, so the exact in and out hours I can come back to you on notice, but it's within an hour or two of what you've seen up there either side. So it's certainly within that time frames.
So are you thinking that it's an hour or two outside of 4
no,
a.m. till 11?
What you'll probably see is that I think our livestock trucks may be coming in already at 6 a.m. or something like that. And in this case, the condition is 7 back the other side. So what you've got now is tighter than what we're currently working with in.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, could you just say your name again? Sorry, so we've got it for the minutes there, yeah.
Do apologise. Michael Mathewson, General Manager of Projects for Morton Co.
Thanks, Michael. Any questions for Andrew or Michael? You clear on the hours of operation, Councillor McDonald? Yep, okay. I'm going to run into the same situation I was in before, with people being out of the room. Well, I think you guys...
I'm happy to ask another question.
You can
if
ask
like,
another
around the
question
traffic.
while we're
Why not?
filling in time.
Make most of the time. It's our last go for the year. We might as well. Hey, that's good. Traffic movements. So you've got someone here as well that could talk about that if you wanted to. Just in regard to obviously and I don't think there was any suggestion that the utilities had to go the other way. I don't think there was a suggestion of that. It was just the traffic movements from the site that would be more than what they were in the past. But the officer's report suggests that it'd be no, or the numbers, even through the General Manager here or Mike Brady, suggest that the difference would not be at a level that would be impacting at a greater level. However, there may be a need for more road maintenance from a council perspective. Has your team, your engineers, got any idea on what sort of degradation that might be?
I think that probably is better answered by the traffic engineer, if you don't mind, Councillor. Adam, do you want?
So I'm talking about degradation as far as degradation from what we are now to what it will be with that extra vehicles.
Can you say your name too, Adam? Introduce yourself.
Evening,
Where you're from.
councillors.
Yeah, thank you.
It's Adam Watking. I believe you're referring to the council road network, the unsealed roads to the south. Yeah, so we had a look at that in terms of over a 2-week period, the staff movements that actually use that southern access, and currently there's about an average of 7.4 staff use that entrance currently, and then with this new development, that will increase to about 9.5 staff. So to put that in perspective, 9.5, that's about 19 vehicles per day extra. To put that in perspective, a general residential dwelling will generate 9 vehicles a day. So it's the equivalent of 2 residential dwellings. So on the network, yeah, it's very minimal.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. Thanks. Any further questions? No? Okay. Can I have someone move that we reinstate standing orders? Thank you. Councillor McMahon. And thanks, guys. Councillor Antonio, all those in favour? Okay, we don't want it to come to an end, I don't. It's the recommendation, councillors, is before you there, that council approve the application for the cottonseed oil processing and lysine production. Do I have anyone moving that recommendation? Councillor Antonio?
I'm happy to move that, Madam Chair, but would I say that the matter we're discussing here and the matter we're approving is the cottonseed and oil processing and the lysine production. I think many of the subjects that have been brought up today need to be discussed between the complainants and the owners of the feedlot.
Perhaps so, yes. We talk about being good neighbours, I guess, hey. I have a seconder, Councillor Summerfield. Anyone want to go into debate? No? All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. And that is the end of that. Happy Christmas, everyone.
There you go.
Thank
At least
you.
your dinner will still be food to eat.
We've got a late...
He's an O'Brien. He's a CEO.
My name is Stephen O'Brien. I'm the CEO of Morton Co, and I just want to thank the council for this time spent on what we really want, which will be a real benefit for not only the local industry but ourselves, no doubt. But I want to make this guarantee with our neighbours that we'll continue to be, very much good neighbours and talk to them and work with them no matter what we do out there in the site. But thank you again.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you.